Jamaica Social Investment Fund, JSIF, celebrating over 20 years of investment in community development. JSIF has forged relationships with international funding partners as well as private and public sector entities. Let us continue to invest to reduce vulnerabilities. Let us build our social capital and resilient infrastructures to ensure full participation in Vision 2030. JSIF, investing for community development.
Over 40,000 workers are employed in Jamaica's global services sector. The majority of jobs are in business process outsourcing. Is aimed at
This project came about recognizing that the talent pool needed guidance. The talent pool did not understand fully how to navigate the requirements to operate effectively and efficiently in this sector.
The GSS project has been strengthening the sector in many ways, including through information sharing, career planning, and training.
The project has been focusing on upskilling and reskilling its workers and raising awareness of the opportunities that the global services sector provide. Many persons do not understand the long-term viable career options that this sector offers.
The project also established the GSS Skills Board to ensure that all actions to improve the talent pool are demand-driven.
The project brought together industry in a much closer type of engagement with the workforce and thereby help the project to come up with initiatives that would resonate with the operators, that would support the growth of the industry, and at the same time help persons who are working and want to work in the industry to function better.
And the impact of this type of engagement is already evident. The response to the COVID-19 pandemic is just one example. Initially, 7,000 workers were furloughed, but were brought back to work within a short time.
It was initially caught off guard, but very quickly, because it was always thinking in a proactive way on how to sustain and grow the sector, it quickly requested of the project a disaster risk management framework to help mitigate not just against COVID, but any disruption in the sector.
In addition to supporting the growth of business process outsourcing, the project also focuses on building higher skill areas such as knowledge process outsourcing and information technology outsourcing, where global demand is high.
In the past, we talk about the digital revolution. We were talking about, we used to refer to it as the future of work. Now it is the now of work. It is what is required now.
The GSS project is making Jamaica one of the world's leading suppliers of outsourced services and generating a future pipeline of talent with its upskilling and reskilling initiatives.
The Ministry of National Security, the model of national security excellence in the Caribbean region. Establishing a safe and secure Jamaica through evidence-based policies, strategic resource mobilization, and collaborative program execution support to enable effective law, order, and the maintenance of secure borders.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Nah. We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper.
The Ministry of National Security is aligned to Vision 2030 Jamaica. National Goal number 2, the Jamaican society, secure, cohesive, and just. Under this goal, the national outcomes are security and safety, effective governance.
Too much of gang violence and speak up. Rest in peace all on social media. But you not live in a peace with your neighbor. We have to protect the woman and the youths now. Elderly in a fear them get shoot down. You me tired if me tell you not the truth now. This is what we have to do now. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. them fi see the streets no safe no more. The youths them can't go a play no more. Now I fi see them lock up a jail, a worse yet dead in a grave. Oh, this is a anti-violence campaign. If you not do your part, bother complain. So tell the shot of them fi stop us, gun work hard and bust champagne.
How do we do this? By engaging a technically competent and emotionally intelligent staff such as you. Together, we have developed programs that has led to the installation of the closed-circuit television CCTV cameras in major towns. Launching of the Stay Alert mobile application, which enables persons to send information to the police. It is also equipped with a panic mode to alert law enforcement when in a situation of danger. Establishing several mobile stations to increase community access to the police. Acquisition of motor vehicles, body cameras, and other less lethal equipment to assist the Jamaica Constabulary Force in carrying out its duty. Passing of the Legal Reform Miscellaneous Amendments Restorative Justice Act 2016. Conducting awareness campaigns through the Access to Information Unit to let Jamaicans know and understand their right to access government documents. We are also making strides in tackling human trafficking and in being compliant with international trafficking laws and standards. Live Good, Project Rock, Jamaica Eye, and We Transform are all programs that drive the ministry towards achieving its mandate under Vision 2030.
Last year, my husband and I were seriously looking for a house to buy. We searched the Gleaner, we searched every website, and we didn't have any savings, and we have a loan.
I'd like to encourage people that we know and you, telling others that they can become homeowners as well. I am Kashif Blackwood.
And I'm Latoya Sams Blackwood, and this is the way we chose to buy our house through the open market. Thank you.
The Community Renewal Program, CRP, was established in 2011 as a multi-level integrated intervention for coordinating and enhancing service delivery among 100 of the most volatile and vulnerable communities in Jamaica. The selected communities are from the 5 parishes that have sustained the highest murder rates over the last 10 years. These are St. James, Clarendon, St. Catherine, Kingston, and St. Andrew. Goal of the CRP. The goal of the CRP is that citizens are empowered to live full and satisfied lives and have transformed their volatile and vulnerable communities into secure, cohesive, just, prosperous, and healthy environments. Objectives of the Community Renewal Program. The primary objective of the CRP is to achieve sustainable positive change among the targeted communities by harnessing multiple interventions around 6 strategic components. These are social transformation, socio-economic development, governance, youth development, physical transformation, and safety and justice. The CRP Secretariat coordinates the implementation and monitoring of partner activities in keeping with its strategic objectives. These are building partnerships among state and non-state entities to ensure collaboration, coordinating and harmonizing development partners, state and non-state entities and institutions to prevent duplication and maximize the impact of interventions, mobilizing resources to fill gaps, designing and supporting catalytic interventions and policies to address critical needs and gaps in CRP target communities.
The Planning Institute of Jamaica, through the Community Renewal Program, continues to support the process of policy formulation and development through the coordination and implementation of policy activities under the economic sector. Notably, in 2016, a policy committee was established within the PIOJ to facilitate stakeholder discussions and to advocate for the development of a legislative framework for the social enterprise sector in Jamaica. This advocacy was successful and led to the CRP's participation in the review and update of the MSME and entrepreneurship policy, resulting in the development and inclusion of a new chapter on social value creation being added, which received cabinet approval in 2018. The CRP now chairs the Social Enterprise Working Group, a subgroup of the National Policy Implementation Committee.
Designing and supporting best practice interventions, monitoring and evaluating, and researching and analyzing data to provide information for better program design.
To strengthen the M&D capacity of the Community Renewal Program, a web-based monitoring and evaluation database was introduced in July 2020. This system is intended to be used by CRP implementing partners to plan, track, measure, and report on the performance of interventions under the CRP umbrella. Another component of the system is an online platform. This platform will provide data and information on CRP target communities, interventions, and results with a view to promoting evidence-based decision-making among stakeholders.
Coordination and collaboration among the agencies within each parish is facilitated by the Parish Interagency Networks established by the Social Development Commission. The ultimate purpose of the CRP is to contribute to inclusive growth and equitable national development by fostering the socioeconomic well-being and enhancing the quality of the lives of residents of volatile and vulnerable communities. Here's Charles Clayton as he explains our theory of change.
The CRP recognizes that agencies working by themselves in silos are unable to accomplish the kind of change that is needed in the spaces where we have social problems of the kind that we are addressing. So if we expect communities to be able to be transformed into spaces where people can operate in a mainstream society, then we have to be more targeted in our approach. We have to target the issues that need to be addressed more intelligently, and we need to work together in an uncompeting kind of way.
For more information on the CRP, visit the PIOJ's website or email us at info@pioj.gov.jm.
You can create authentic Jamaican dishes anywhere in the world. The Dunson's brand is making it easy. Dunson's has been creating Jamaican food products for over 15 years.
I think tourism is much more than sand, sea, and beach. People want to have the experience of having the food, food is a big thing. People want to experience what it is that the locals have. So when they eat in the hotel, they want to be able to take like a bottle of jerk sauce, a jerk seasoning, a curry powder, or a salad dressing, something exciting that they can talk about.
But with the devastating impact of COVID-19 on tourism, Sonia had to pivot her business quickly.
So when tourism collapsed, which was what it is that I really wanted to do, right? I had to now get into supermarkets, doing smaller packaging because people had less money to spend. So persons never had a job or the salaries were cut. So you had to basically think as if the person were you and what it is that they would need and what it is that they can afford, because we all want to eat a gourmet meal on a budget.
A loan from the National Commercial Bank, guaranteed by the Credit Enhancement Program for MSMEs, provided a lifeline. Sonia was able to make crucial changes to her products and maintain employment for vulnerable groups.
We also have contract farmers like in the rural communities, where I think it has benefited tremendously because a lot of women in these communities were not employed or employable. They would have to come to the urban communities like Kingston to work as helpers. And when you're able to have a contract with them, then they're able to take care of their children. They're able to afford the books for the kids.
Now, Sonia continues to employ up to 10 people at a time in addition to supporting her suppliers. She says the IDB gave her and many other businesses the opportunity to survive the pandemic.
And a lot of times, all we need is an opportunity, just one opportunity to make our lives better. It's not that we're lazy, it's not that we're short on ideas, it's just an opportunity. A lot of times we don't have the capital to manifest our ideas.
Sonia's creativity continues to give birth to new Dunson's products. She wants to keep sharing a taste of the Caribbean with the world.
So I'm about to take you on our journey as to how we acquire our dream home. So basically I started from living in a 12 by 12 ply room. Whenever it rained, I had to go outside to use the bathroom in the middle of the night. You know, it was really tough. So I lived there for like 13 years. My family was growing. I decided that I have to save up some money to buy a piece of land. I did so, buy the piece of land. I want to build my house now. But when I look back and where I'm coming from, spending 13 to 14 years of my life living in discomfort, knowing that if I start the house small by making like 2 room or a 1 room, I'll be living the same life. Possibly I might spend like about 15 to 20 years to basically bring my dream home to reality. Then and there and then, I was suggesting it to my boss, talking to him about my discomfort, and then he said to me that I should go to the NHT. So after I went to NHT now, I did all that is required. After submitting my plan, they told me 6.5 million I will get 2 room and the foundation for the veranda. I said to myself, no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to have my 4-bedroom house. There and then, I decided that I am going to be my own contractor. So I did some research, you know, and I realized the price that they were paying on a regular basis. So I set my prices and get my workers to sign off on what I can afford to pay. By doing that, I was able to stretch the money. With God by my side, today I can say I am a proud homeowner. Thanks to the NHT, this is our dream home.
The Ministry of National Security, the model of national security excellence in the Caribbean region. Establishing a safe and secure Jamaica through evidence-based policies, strategic resource mobilization, and collaborative program execution support to enable effective law, order, and the maintenance of secure borders.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 boy. Na, 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 na. We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah, yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper.
The Ministry of National Security is aligned to Vision 2030 Jamaica. National Goal number 2, the Jamaican society, secure, cohesive, and just. Under this goal, the national outcomes are security and safety, effective governance.
Too much of gang violence and speak up. Rest in peace all on social media. But you not live in a peace with your neighbor. We have to protect the woman and the youths now. Elderly in a fear them get shoot down. Yo, me tired if me tell you not the truth now. This is what we have to do now. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. What we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. I make the blood stop run. People have to have some fun. Jamaica live good, yeah. Come together as one. I make the violence done. Tell me how we not shame to see the streets no safe no more. The youths them can't go a play no more. Now I see them lock up a jail. A worse yet dead in a grave. Oh, this is a anti-violence campaign. If you not do your part, nobody complain. So tell the shot of them fi stop us, gun work hard and bust champagne.
How do we do this? By engaging a technically competent and emotionally intelligent staff such as you. Together, we have developed programs that has led to the installation of the closed-circuit television CCTV cameras in major towns. Launching of the Stay Alert mobile application, which enables persons to send information to the police. It is also equipped with a panic mode to alert law enforcement when in a situation of danger. Establishing several mobile stations to increase community access to the police. acquisition of motor vehicles, body cameras, and other less lethal equipment to assist the Jamaica Constabulary Force in carrying out its duty. Passing of the Legal Reform Miscellaneous Amendments Restorative Justice Act 2016. Conducting awareness campaigns through the Access to Information Unit to let Jamaicans know and understand their right to access government documents. We are also making strides in tackling human trafficking and in being compliant with international trafficking laws and standards. Live Good, Project Rock, Jamaica Eye, and We Transform are all programs that drive the ministry towards achieving its mandate under Vision 2030.
The Community Renewal Program, CRP, was established in 2011 as a multi-level integrated intervention for coordinating and enhancing service delivery among 100 of the most volatile and vulnerable communities in Jamaica. The selected communities are from the 5 parishes that have sustained the highest murder rates over the last 10 years. These are St. James, Clarendon, St. Catherine, Kingston, and St. Andrew. Goal of the CRP. The goal of the CRP is that citizens are empowered to live full and satisfied lives and have transformed their volatile and vulnerable communities into secure, cohesive, just, prosperous, and healthy environments. Objectives of the Community Renewal Program. The primary objective of the CRP is to achieve sustainable positive change among the targeted communities by harnessing multiple interventions around 6 strategic components. These are social transformation, socio-economic development, governance, youth development, physical transformation, and safety and justice. The CRP Secretariat coordinates the implementation and monitoring of partner activities in keeping with its strategic objectives. These are building partnerships among state and non-state entities to ensure collaboration, coordinating and harmonizing development partners, state and non-state entities and institutions to prevent duplication and maximize the impact of interventions, mobilizing resources to fill gaps, designing and supporting catalytic interventions and policies to address critical needs and gaps in CRP target communities.
The Planning Institute of Jamaica, through the Community Renewal Program, continues to support the process of policy formulation and development through the coordination and implementation of policy activities under the economic sector. Notably, in 2016, a policy committee was established within the PIOJ to facilitate stakeholder discussions and to advocate for the development of a legislative framework for the social enterprise sector in Jamaica. This advocacy was successful and led to the CRP's participation in the review and update of the MSME and entrepreneurship policy, resulting in the development and inclusion of a new chapter on social value creation being added, which received cabinet approval in 2018. The CRP now chairs the Social Enterprise Working Group, a subgroup of the National Policy Implementation Committee.
Designing and supporting best practice interventions, monitoring and evaluating, and researching and analyzing data to provide information for better program design.
To strengthen the M&D capacity of the Community Renewal Program, a web-based monitoring and evaluation database was introduced in July 2020. This system is intended to be used by CRP implementing partners to plan, track, measure, and report on the performance of interventions under the CRP umbrella. Another component of the system is an online platform. This platform will provide data and information on CRP target communities, interventions, and results with a view to promoting evidence-based decision-making among stakeholders.
Coordination and collaboration among the agencies within each parish is facilitated by the Parish Interagency Networks established by the Social Development Commission. The ultimate purpose of the CRP is to contribute to inclusive growth and equitable national development by fostering the socio-economic well-being and enhancing the and vulnerable communities. Here's Charles Clayton as he explains our theory of change.
The CRP recognizes that agencies working by themselves in silos are unable to accomplish the kind of change that is needed in the spaces where we have social problems of the kind that we are addressing. So if we expect communities to be able to be transformed into spaces where people can we have to target the issues that need to be addressed more intelligently, and we need to work together in an uncompeting kind of way.
For more information on the CRP, visit the PIOJ's website or email us at info@pioj.gov.jm.
Acquire our dream home. So basically I started from living in a 12 by 12 ply room. Whenever it rained, I had to go outside to use the bathroom in the middle of the night. You know, it was really tough. So I lived there for like 13 years. My family was growing. I decided that I have to save up some money to buy a piece of land. I did so. Buy the piece of land. I want to build my house now. But when I look back and where I'm coming from, spending 13 to 14 years of my life living in discomfort, knowing that if I start the house small by making like 2 room or a 1 room, I'll be living the same life. Possibly I might spend like about 15 to 20 years to basically bring my dream home to reality. Then and then, I was suggesting it to my boss, talking to him about my discomfort, and then he said to me that I should go to the NHT. So after I went to NHT, you know, I did all that is required. After submitting my plan, they told me 6.5 million I will get 2 room and the foundation for the veranda. I said to myself, no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to have my 4-bedroom house. There and then I decided that I am going to be my own contractor. So I did some research, you know, and I realized the price that they were paying on a regular basis. So I set my prices and get my workers to sign off on what I can afford to pay. By doing that, I was able to stretch the money. With God by my side, today I can say I am a proud homeowner. Thanks to the NHT, this is our dream home.
Jamaica Social Investment Fund, JSIF, celebrating over 20 years of investment in community development. JSIF has forged relationships with international funding partners as well as private and public sector entities. Let us continue to invest to reduce vulnerabilities. Let us build our social capital and resilient infrastructures to ensure full participation in Vision 2030. JSIF, investing for community development.
You can create authentic Jamaican dishes anywhere in the world. The Dunson's brand is making it easy. Dunson's has been creating Jamaican food products for over 15 years.
I think tourism is much more than sand, sea, and beach. People want to have the experience of having the food, you know. Food is a big thing. People want to experience what it is that the locals have. So when they eat in the hotel, they want to be able to take like a bottle of jerk sauce, a jerk seasoning, a curry powder, or a salad dressing, something exciting that they can talk about.
But with the devastating impact of COVID-19 on tourism, Sonia had to pivot her business quickly.
So when tourism collapsed, which was what it is that I really want, that I really wanted to do, right? I had to now find get into supermarkets, doing smaller packaging.
Products for over 15 years.
I think tourism is much more than sand, sea, and beach. People want to have the experience of having the food. Food is a big thing. People want to experience what it is that the locals have. So when they eat in the hotel, they want to be able to take like a bottle of jerk sauce, a jerk seasoning, a curry powder, or a salad dressing, something exciting that they can talk about.
But with the devastating impact of COVID-19 on tourism, Sonia had to pivot her business quickly.
So when tourism collapsed, which was what it is that I really wanted to do, right? I had to now get into supermarkets, doing smaller packaging because people had less money to spend. So persons never had a job or their salaries were cut. So you had to basically think as if the person were you and what it is that they would need and what it is that they can afford, because we all want to eat a gourmet meal on a budget.
A loan from the National Commercial Bank, guaranteed by the Credit Enhancement Program for MSMEs, provided a lifeline. Sonia was able to make crucial changes to her products and maintain employment for vulnerable groups.
We also have contract farmers like in the rural communities, where I think it has benefited tremendously because a lot of women in these communities were not employed or employable. They would have to come to the urban communities like Kingston to work as helpers. And when you're able to have a contract with them, then they're able to take care of their children. They're able to afford the books for the kids.
Now, Sonia continues to employ up to 10 people at a time in addition to supporting her suppliers. She says the IDB gave her and many other businesses the opportunity to survive the pandemic.
And a lot of times, all we need is an opportunity, just one opportunity to make our lives better. It's not that we're lazy, it's not that we're short on ideas, it's just an opportunity. A lot of times we don't have the capital to manifest our ideas.
Sonia's creativity continues to give birth to new Dunson's products. She wants to keep sharing a taste of the Caribbean with the world.
Last year, my husband and I were seriously looking for a house to buy. We searched the Gleaner, we searched every website, we searched the NHD website, and we didn't have any savings. And we have a loan obligation, and being pregnant at the time, we were very nervous.
We actually had to wait until we found something in our price range, and we got the NAC checklist. It actually helped us a lot, because they gave us all the things that we needed, the documents that we needed to take in, and they actually gave us access to our NHG contribution, which actually helped us to offset the deposit that we needed to down pay on the home. And when we got all our documents together, we got ready for the NHD loan
interview. Right. And when we spoke to the NHD officer at the end of the interview, she said, "Congratulations." We were excited, we were overjoyed, we were relieved.
This is actually a testimony for us, and we like to encourage people that we know and you, telling others that they can become homeowners as well. I am Kashif Blackwood.
And I'm Latoya Sams Blackwood. And this is the way we chose to buy our house through the open market. Thank you.
Over 40,000 workers are employed in Jamaica's global services sector. The majority of jobs are in business process outsourcing. The IDB-funded Global Services Sector project is aimed at supporting growth.
This project came about recognizing that the talent pool needed guidance. The talent pool did not understand fully how to navigate the requirements to operate effectively and efficiently in this sector.
The GSS project has been strengthening the sector in many ways, including through information sharing, career planning, and training.
The project has been focusing on upskilling and reskilling its workers and raising awareness of the opportunities that the global services sector provide. Many persons do not understand the long-term viable career options that this sector offers.
The project also established the GSS Skills Board to ensure that all actions to improve the talent pool are demand-driven.
The project brought together industry in a much closer type of engagement with the workforce and thereby help the project to come up with initiatives that would resonate with the operators, that would support the growth of the industry, and at the same time help persons who are working and want to work in the industry to function better.
And the impact of this type of engagement is already evident. The response to the COVID-19 pandemic is just one example. Initially, 7,000 workers were furloughed, but were brought back to work within a short time.
It was initially caught off guard, but very quickly, because it was always thinking in a proactive way on how to sustain and grow the sector, it quickly requested of the project a disaster risk management framework to help mitigate not just against COVID, but any disruption in the sector.
In addition to supporting the growth of business process outsourcing, the project also focuses on building higher skill areas such as knowledge process outsourcing and information technology outsourcing, where global demand is high.
In the past, we talk about the digital revolution. We were talking about, we used to refer to it as the future of work. Now it is the now of work. It is what is required now.
The GSS project is making Jamaica one of the world's leading suppliers of outsourced services and generating a future pipeline of talent with its upskilling and reskilling initiatives.
Let us pray. Seek the welfare of the city where I have sent you into exile, and pray to the Lord on its behalf. In its welfare, you will have welfare. We commend to you, O God, this sixth occasion of the coming together of your servants under the PIOJ Community Renewal Program. We place the ordering of the activities of this symposium into your design. We thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to pursue the objects of best practices. We pray that we will be guided by presentations that are instructive regarding best aspirations, by a posture that allows for sharing in discerning the greatest good. We commend our search for human development, for sustainable development, for community renewal, and for national transformation. We pray for a breaking away from the culture of violence, from the cycle of injustice that plague us from time to time, and pray for a nurturing of healthy relationships and an engaging of conflict resolution techniques at the earliest signs of conflict. We pray that we will be guided during this symposium to listen, to discuss, to raise important questions, and to come to significant resolutions. So we commend the day to you, and we commend the segments of our presentation, and pray that all will fit together for the best good of our nation and of all of our stakeholders meeting. We pray in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Antoinette Richards.
Good morning, and my name is Charmaine Brim.
Good morning. My name is Damian Hilton, and welcome to the 6th Annual Best Practice Symposium under the theme, Linking the Pieces, a holistic approach towards community renewal. A special welcome to our partner agencies for this year's event, and to everyone joining us via the official platform, that's the Samaru platform, the PBCJ's YouTube channel, and the YouTube channel of our partners. You are in for a wonderful day, so please stay tuned as we navigate today's proceedings. It will be a day filled with many opportunities for prizes and surprises. Well, today we'll be engaged in a number of activities. Antoinette, you will be moderating.
Yes, I will.
And Charmaine, you will be moderating. And I'm glad that I'm not the thorn among the roses, but I'm here to support these two beautiful ladies as we go through today. Antoinette?
Yes, thank you. And one thing we must say is, why are we here? I mean, there's so many things you could be doing today, but why are we here? Why are we here for this symposium? Why are we in 2021? The theme for today, Linking the Pieces, a holistic approach towards community renewal. Now, as many of you are probably thinking about this topic, you're probably thinking, maybe we're going to talk about what are the ideal thematic areas where we're doing social interventions. And over the years, we have done that. We have spoken about the need for physical infrastructural development, social intervention programs, whether it is focused on training, on employment creation, life skills, a number of other areas. However, what we have recognized is, as much as it's important to know the thematic elements that a social intervention program will have, there are also some other things that are critical for the successful implementation of any program or project, especially as we seek to achieve community renewal. What are some of those things, you may ask yourself? Well, we have coordination, because we have to recognize that we can't do it alone. There's no one entity, one partner with all the information, so we need the skills of others to work together. We also have the issue of evidence-based decision making. How are we using data to do what we need to do? And linked into that is the whole issue of monitoring and evaluation. Because at the end of the day, if we can't tell whether or not our programs worked and it had the impact that we had, why are we doing it? Also, we have the issue of funding. And I know this is a critical issue for a lot of our partners, especially those who are non-governmental organizations. Because you will get resources to do our project, do good work in a community, but then the funding cycle comes to an end. No more money, the program stops, and then all that we would have gained is lost. And finally, there's the issue of scalability. And some of you may be looking and wondering, scalability, what is that? The beautiful thing about it is I'm not going to tell you too much about scalability, because we're going to learn more about that today. So I want you all to just come prepared to learn, to understand what we're getting at. And why are we doing all of this? Charmaine, I want you to remind all the persons watching us, what is the goal of the Community Renewal Program?
So the goal of the Community Renewal Program is to ensure that the citizens in our volatile and vulnerable communities are empowered to do what? Achieve their fullest potential and have transformed their volatile and vulnerable communities into secure, cohesive, just, prosperous, and healthy environment. And that is how we will achieve community renewal.
Exactly. Thank you for that. But not only that, we have to remember that our communities don't operate by themselves. They operate within a larger sphere, in a parish, in a country. And as a country, we have a vision. And I know, Damien, this is something that you're passionate about.
Well, definitely. Jamaica is entering into its 5th medium-term socio-economic framework cycle under Vision 2030 Jamaica. And as the country continues to navigate the effects of the pandemic, it is important that we refocus and we redouble our efforts to achieve the vision, Jamaica being the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. It's critical also that we recognize that we have to do it together. And that renewal is not, as you said, the onus of one entity or one agency, but it's a collective effort to build back stronger.
Amen. Thank you. Wonderful said. Wonderfully said. And that is exactly why we're here today. We are here to link all those pieces that you don't normally think about, to make that whole picture, to complete that puzzle that will make community renewal work.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, you're in for a treat, as I said before. Let me just walk you through how we will navigate today's proceedings. We will look at scalability for community renewal, and Antoinette will get into more of that as we go along. And we'll also be looking at effective public spending. You can't have a session like this without talking about the money. Effective public spending and innovative funding, Charmaine, for community renewal. That's your stuff.
Yes.
Wow. And then the virtual community fair. We cannot have a best practice symposium without showing you what the communities are doing. And the virtual community fair is only accessible if you log in, register and log in. So let me give you the registration information, piojbestpracticesymposium.com. Go there, register, log in so that you can view the local economic initiatives and the social enterprises that are on display today. That's amazing. I should be on the other side so that I will be able to see those things and participate fully. Well, we will also be asking you to evaluate the sessions. Your feedback is important to us. We want to know what you think and how we could make the sessions better as we plan for years to come. Additionally, we'll be giving away some prizes, but you have to listen carefully because we will be asking you some poll questions and we'll be requiring you to use the platform to respond to those questions. So it will be a wonderful day.
Yes, it will.
Filled with opportunities for learning and opportunities for getting winning. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's not waste any more time. Charmaine, we want to really get into it and understand where we're going as we try to link the pieces together today.
Yes, we do.
Yes, so let us start the linking. And this morning, we will be having greetings from the heads of our partner agencies, and they will bring their greetings in the following order. We will hear from Dr. Lani Marie Oakley Williams, who is the Senior General Manager, Customer Relations Management at the National Housing Trust. Then Mr. Omar Sweeney, who is the Managing Director of the Jamaica Social Investment Fund. Mr. Courtney Williams, the Permanent Secretary within the Ministry of National Security. Mrs. Audrey Sewell, Permanent Secretary within the Office of the Prime Minister. Mrs. Therese Turner-Jones, Country Representative, Jamaica General Manager of the Caribbean Country Department of the Inter-American Development Bank, and then from Dr. Wayne Henry, CD and JP, who is the Director General of the Planning Institute of Jamaica. So let us welcome and hear from Dr. Lani Marie Oakley Williams.
The National Housing Trust is pleased to support the Planning Institute of Jamaica on yet another successful staging of its annual Social and Community Development Symposium. Such meeting of the minds across public and private sectors is necessary as it is timely. This year's theme, Linking the Pieces, a holistic approach to community renewal, has a deep meaning to what we do at the NHT. We're not only focused on improving the lives of Jamaicans through increased access to housing, but also the built environment of our communities. We go beyond just building functional houses for our contributors, but sustainable, safe, and modern communities. To this end, our housing developments have certain physical infrastructure, such as community centers, recreational areas, play areas for children, and green spaces. Through our Social Development Department, the Trust works to build community leadership in our schemes, provide skills training, strengthen their organizational capacity, foster civic pride through initiatives such as our Best Schemes Competition, Entrepreneurial Challenge, and our Music for Social Transformation program. We're also taken a step further by investing in the modernization of some of our schemes under our Community Renewal Initiative to include the upgrading of the road and water networks, as well as the drainage systems. We're also improving the physical facilities and living quarters of police stations located within a 10-mile radius of any NHT housing scheme. Our contributors remain our #1 priority. So while we continue to work on the social infrastructure in our schemes, we continue to ensure that our contributors enjoy low interest rates, as well as grants and subsidies. For us, home ownership is more than satisfying the demand for shelter. It is providing Jamaicans with communities of choice to live, work, and raise families. Thank you.
The Jamaica Social Investment Fund is happy once again to be part of the Best Practice Symposium. We're pleased that although in unprecedented times, experts in community development can still come together to showcase their work. This year's theme, Linking the Pieces, a holistic approach to community renewal, has at its heart the concept of regeneration through partnership, which we at JSIF have found to be the key to the success of many impactful projects we have earmarked in the communities we served. Once again, the symposium offers development practitioners the opportunity to compare notes, gain insights, and assess the impact and sustainability of the varied interventions implemented. This reflection and anticipated increase in knowledge base augurs well for current and future efforts in the sector. Throughout the 25 years that JSIF has been in existence, the root of our success has been our approach of effective participation through partnership, not only with other agencies, but with people in the communities that we serve, ensuring accountability, timeliness, and an all-round high standard in service. All these elements, as the theme suggests, come together to create a holistic approach to community development and renewal. We here at JSIF have come to learn that community development thrives off the principle of giving a man the tools to fish rather than feeding him for the day. We continue to strive towards sustainability, and this forum offers us once again the platform to collaborate in our efforts, create communities that are not dependent in the end, and we complete our work, are empowered to advocate for the continued sustainable development. With all of that said, I wish you fruitful discussions that transcend the day's activities and is seen in action through our community efforts towards the common goal of making Jamaica a better place.
Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, Minister of National Security, Mrs. Audrey Sewell, Permanent Secretary, Office of the Prime Minister, Ms. Therese Turner-Jones, General Manager, Caribbean Country Department, Inter-American Development Bank, Dr. Wayne Henry, Director General, Planning Institute of Jamaica, Mr. Omar Sweeney, Managing Director, Jamaica Social Investment Fund, Dr. Laney Marie Oakley-Williams, Senior General Manager, Customer Relations Management Division, National Housing Trust. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. For the second consecutive year, I have the privilege of bringing remarks at the annual staging of the Planning Institute of Jamaica's Best Practice Symposium for Social and Community Development. This year is somewhat more significant for me as it comes exactly 1 month after my first anniversary as Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of National Security. My appreciation for occasions such as these is heightened, especially as I anticipate and envision the value to be added by our collaborative efforts at reducing crime and violence while pursuing other national developmental objectives under the aegis of Vision 2030. This year's theme, Linking the Pieces, a holistic approach to community renewal, is quite apt, given its relevance to our combined experiences over the last 20 months. Having to respond at various levels to the adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and violence, among other issues, it would be unimaginable for us to be here sharing this moment without linking the pieces. The proverbial pieces require us to stand as a unified force against all odds and strive towards the common goal of seeing better days ahead. While the concept of teamwork is readily appreciated, in practice it sometimes proves elusive. This may be so due to the myriad of social and environmental factors that tend to distract us from attaining our stated goals. I dare say, however, that these distractions or deterrents to success can be overcome by that most primal instinct, which is the need to survive. It is human to perceive of threats in our environment, and it is also human to seek to adequately respond to those threats. We are known as a people, when it matters most, to coalesce around each other among common issues and band together in times of greatest need. Over the period January 2020 to October 2021, we lost around 4,600 Jamaicans to our common enemies combined. The enemies of which I refer are violence and COVID-19. When this reality is put into context, we may not think of these 4,600 lives and console ourselves with the thought that at least it wasn't us. Instead, let us ask ourselves, could I have helped? How can I help? Or what more can be done? The Ministry of National Security's team, having asked those questions of ourselves, continues to commit to the fight by creating opportunities for strengthened inclusion and coordination among our various stakeholders. This is demonstrated through greater strategic policy and programmatic alignments at the planning level, as well as collaborations and endorsements in the field. Moreover, the ministry continues to lead collaborative efforts with key stakeholders such as the Planning Institute, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Heart Trust NSTA, with clearly defined roles for each partner to intensify social investment in over 20 identified communities, particularly those in the zones of special operations. Linking the pieces in a logical and practical way will better enable us to map strategies to medium-term outcomes, to identify and mitigate risk, whilst ensuring we remain committed and confident of our local and international partners in a bid to support our strategic priorities. These priorities are geared toward reducing the impact and likelihood of our common enemies perpetually plaguing our nation. No longer is crime, and especially violent crimes, being discussed and treated in silos. Instead, it is being dissected and examined to determine what are the various elements, which entity or entities are responsible for responding, and what is the best way to treat with it as a whole organism as opposed to a single cell. It is this approach that underpins our crime and violence prevention strategy for our most vulnerable persons and communities. This approach focuses on the socio-economic needs of a person and the family of affected persons, which require appropriate responses to improve quality of life and trust in the state's ability to meet said needs. This is so as the strongest link in this fight against our common enemies has and will always be the people, our families, our communities, and the actions and contributions they make. Crime and violence like the COVID-19 pandemic will not go away without the involvement of the community. Community renewal is impossible without the commitment of the entire community. Remember, friends, one hand cannot clap. I close by extending congratulations to the Planning Institute of Jamaica on another anticipated successful event. While we will have our individual takeaways from the sessions, I charge us that as we do so, that we remember to link the pieces. Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security. Ms. Therese Turner-Jones, General Manager, Caribbean Country Department, Inter-American Development Bank. Mr. Courtney Williams, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of National Security. Dr. Wayne Henry, Director General, Planning Institute of Jamaica. Mr. Omar Sweeney, Managing Director, Jamaica Social Investment Fund. Dr. Laney Marie Oakley-Williams, Senior General Manager, Customer Relations Management Division, National Housing Trust. As the Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister, under whose portfolio the Jamaica Social Investment Fund and National Commission on Violence Prevention, NCVP, are governed, I am honored to be able to say that I speak as a representative of the partner agencies that have come together to stage this, the 6th iteration of the Best Practices in Community Development Symposium. I am particularly pleased to be associated with the symposium because over the 6 years that it has been staged, it has acquired the reputation of being a high-quality event that has delivered well-researched information for the benefit of practitioners and agencies that are focused on achieving community development and transformation. The decision to have the Violence Prevention Commission collaborate with the PIOJ and its other partners in the staging of this event was not difficult because of the clear intersection between the purpose of the symposium and the purpose for which the NCVP was established. I refer here to the mandate of the NCVP to research and share evidence-based best practice recommendations for violence prevention and reduction, which is integral to its vision of a safe, civil, and violence-free society. The NCVP's primary purpose is to document the many initiatives related to violence prevention, behavioral and cultural change. Varying strategies and plans of the government of Jamaica are reviewed in a bid to formulate and recommend to the government the requisite policies and approaches necessary to address the cultural norm of resorting to violence as a means of conflict resolution. So, both the NCVP and the Best Practices Symposium share the objective of unearthing and showcasing best practices that aim to be beneficial to Jamaica. In case of both, the goal is to create a platform for data gathering and sharing through which practitioners may be able to identify and employ the most effective mechanisms for achieving positive change in our society. This symposium should therefore be recognized as a mechanism for enhancing the delivery of services among targeted communities by identifying and sharing among practitioners state-of-the-art mechanisms and strategies for community development and transformation that will allow for linking the pieces and thereby establishing a holistic approach towards community renewal. I heartily congratulate the PIOJ, its Community Renewal Program, and partner agencies for having initiated and staged this event for the past 6 years. In closing, I sincerely hope that this symposium will be well supported, and I have no doubt that it will continue to be recognized as a premier forum for identifying and showcasing best practices in community development and transformation in years to come.
Good day, everyone, and especially I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Wayne Henry, Director General of the Planning Institute of Jamaica, all representatives of partner and community-based organizations in Jamaica, and everyone who is listening or participating in the symposium virtually or in person. I'm greeting you from Washington, D.C., where I happen to be located at the moment, but I couldn't miss the opportunity to congratulate PIOJ on the 6th staging of this symposium on best practices as it relates to community development. I particularly like the theme, which is linking the pieces, a holistic approach towards community renewal. If ever there's been a time to link these pieces, it's now, not just because of the extraordinary environment within which we find ourselves, and by that I'm referring definitely to COVID-19, but just the whole challenges that the world faces globally, and that of course our region faces specifically, and that Jamaica faces as a part of the global environment, as part of our regional environment, and of course as part of the local environment for all the people involved in community development. I'm also challenged today, given that we have as a backdrop to the COP26 discussions in Glasgow, that it is a reminder of how climate change and our attention to it, whether it's through mitigation or whether it's through adaptation, permeates all discourse. It doesn't matter if it's at the global level, at a regional level, or at a local level. It's something that we cannot ignore. So I am encouraging everyone participating in this symposium today to think through solutions for the community through this lens. I also want to use this occasion to say Jamaica has been an outstanding client of the IDB, not just because of our long-standing relationship of 50 years, of which we celebrated a couple of years ago, believe it or not, but because Jamaica has really taken its place on the global stage as a great reformer and a leader in terms of how change can happen. And of course, we see that manifested mostly on the macroeconomic performance of the country, but we see that in other areas too, that Jamaica punches way above its weight. And for that, I'm grateful and I congratulate you again. So if I could just draw your attention for a couple of seconds to the IDB's Vision 25. As we reflect on community renewal, we commend the heroes and heroines of the Bath community in St. Thomas who collaborated with the police and the Jamaica Defense Force to locate and return two abducted young teens to their homes last month. And again, this is a really good example of what community cooperation, involvement, working along with the police and working along with the authorities can do to help in situations as dire as these poor children who were dealing with unimaginable horror for that short period of their lives. As we observe Parents Month this November, let us rekindle the same sense of community. Let us encourage parents, guardians, and communities to look out for our children and to do all that we can to create safe havens for them. I can't say this with enough emphasis, and I know that the PIOJ is extremely aligned with the view that our children are our best, the future resource, and we have to invest in them at every stage of their development, from early childhood straight through primary, secondary, tertiary level education, so that we have citizens who can contribute to Jamaica's well-being. Let us encourage our young people to have respect for themselves, not to bully or hurt each other. Let us recommit to build forward a society where people can truly love and respect each other and live in peace and unity. I know that sounds like motherhood and apple pie, and it sounds like a huge ideal, but it's possible. We've been there. We know what a safe, thriving, healthy community, we know what that feels like. We know when neighbors are looking out for each other. And we know when children are, laughing and playing on the streets and are happy and are not harmed. We want that in every community across Jamaica and across this region. This is our moment of opportunity. Jamaica's future is dependent upon each and every one of us. It is a chance to write Jamaica's own pandemic story, a story of deepened partnership and a stronger sense of community. The IDB has been here with you for the past 50 years, and I hope we'll be here with you for the next 50 in helping to improve lives. We assure you that we will continue to go the distance with you to help make Jamaica the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and to do business, where people are safe and happy. We can do this, Jamaica, like the phoenix we rise, in the words of Jacob Miller, one of Jamaica's former and popular musical artists. Forward ever, backward never. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, Mrs. Audrey Sewell, Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Courtney Williams, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of National Security, Ms. Therese Turner-Jones, General Manager in the Caribbean Country Department of the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, Mr. Omar Sweeney, Managing Director of the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, JSIF, Dr. Laney Marie Oakley-Williams, Senior General Manager of Customer Relations, Management Division in National Housing Trust, the NHT. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Once again, it is my privilege to speak as a representative of the lead organization with responsibility for the 6th staging of what has now become the annual Best Practices Symposium for Community Development. As most, if not all of us are aware, the Best Practices Symposium was introduced as a mechanism for enhancing the transformation of vulnerable and volatile community spaces through the sharing of information on initiatives and methodologies that have been successfully employed around the globe to the benefit of communities such as these, into which they have fallen. I would like to suggest at this point some of the ingredients that will need to be combined as we work to pull these pieces together on this chain. These include 1, implementing entities that are working together rather than in silos. 2, better targeting in program design and in identifying community spaces. 3, inclusiveness in all aspects of community intervention, such that all stakeholders, including community members, are a part of the process. 4, a common intervention framework where each partner will have a clearly defined role. 5, a monitoring and evaluation framework to allow measurement of successes and failures and progress towards the mission. And finally, 6, a research agenda that feeds back into the design and implementation process. But as we work to pull these elements together, one of the critical challenges that has persistently confronted development practitioners is how to scale up solutions that have proven to be successful at one level of implementation or another. To address this issue, a major thematic area to be considered during this symposium is facing these challenges as lone voices, but rather as strong linkages working along a continuum of development that may not be easily broken, because we are working in concert. I laud the efforts of the partner agencies that have continued to work along with my team at the PIOJ to successfully stage this symposium from year to year. And I fully expect that this year's symposium will be no less successful as we continue to work together to make Jamaica the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Today I have the task of introducing our keynote speaker for this year's symposium. But before I get into the introduction, we are aware that some persons are experiencing technical difficulties on the symposium's platform. We want to apologize for this, and we want to let you know that we're working at trying to address the issue. In the interim, we're encouraging you to visit the PBCJ's YouTube platform so that you can continue to participate in the symposium. Our keynote speaker is none other than the Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, CD, MP, Deputy Prime Minister, and Minister of National Security. Dr. Horace Chang, a medical doctor by profession, began his political career in 1976 as an active member of the Jamaica Labour Party and presently serves as the General Secretary of the party. Dr. Chang has been the Member of Parliament for North West St. James since 2002 and served as opposition spokesman on housing and inner city development as well as water and housing between 1980 and 1986. He was Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Health and was appointed Minister of Water and Housing between 2007 and 2010, and Minister of Housing, Environment, Water and Local Government from 2010 to 2011. Dr. Chang served as Minister without portfolio with responsibility for water, works and housing in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation from February 2016 until March 2018, and is currently the Minister of National Security. His vast experience in various areas of government brings a dynamic new way of thinking to the Ministry of National Security. Dr. Chang is resolute in providing for a systemic approach and systematic approach to reducing crime and violence in Jamaica through strategic thinking geared at providing for the transformation of the national security apparatus. This is being done through the reforming of the entire security infrastructure, leverage technology, improved infrastructure and engagement of communities, targeted social intervention activities, and ongoing restructuring of the security forces to provide increased intelligence gathering and training opportunities, which will result in the reduction of actual and perceived corruption. Under his leadership, considerable gains have been made with the implementation of several technological capabilities for law enforcement, including the initiation of activities contributing to e-policing, building on elements of the police information system, the acquisition of CCTV cameras, and build-out of the national CCTV surveillance program. Success has also been achieved with the phased implementation of a big data system, which represented the start of the establishment of a security fusion center with a full capability to detect and respond to cyber attacks, as well as the acquisition of several pieces of intelligence equipment and software, which will enhance overall policing efforts. I feel like I've just been transformed. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to hearing from our keynote speaker, the Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, Minister of National Security.
Dr. Wayne Henry, Director General, Planning Institute of Jamaica. Ms. Therese Turner-Jones, General Manager, Caribbean Country Department of the Inter-American Development Bank. Mrs. Audrey Sewell, Permanent Secretary, Office of the Prime Minister. Mr. Courtney Williams, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of National Security. Mr. Omar Sweeney, Managing Director, Jamaica Social Investment Fund. Dr. Laney Marie Oakley-Williams, Senior General Manager, Customer Relations Management Division, National Housing Trust. Members of the media, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to join you this morning to discuss the very important matter of implementing a holistic approach towards community renewal. This Best Practices in Social and Community Development Symposium has been a welcome calendar event since 2016. The symposium provides a necessary forum within which we can collectively review, rethink, and revisit our approach to community development for sustainability. The partnership between public sector, private sector, civil society, and international partners in hosting this symposium is invaluable and signals the level of importance and urgency with which this issue must be addressed. Again, thank you for the invitation. Communities all across Jamaica have over the years introduced and maintained the practice of active community participation in crime prevention. Among the most structured and successful of these initiatives is the National Neighborhood Watch program. For over 3 decades, the members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force has worked collaboratively with citizens to develop their capacity and strengthen their awareness in order to preserve the overall safety of their neighborhood. In this way, the residents have become critical partners in crime prevention by being each other's keeper, and thereby reducing the opportunity for criminal activity within their neighborhood. Being neighborly, looking out for your neighbors, their children, and their property, being vigilant and alert to the changes in the community that may impact negatively on the life of the community are cultural practices in Jamaica. A strong sense of community have always been at the heart of our Jamaicanness. Failure of successive administrators to invest in the social, human, and infrastructural development of several communities has led to the entrenched and corrosive informality, rampant criminal gang activity, and the erosion of the spirit of neighborhoodliness that is intrinsically Jamaican. This is particularly acute in the communities that comprise the southern crescent of the corporate area, from Bull Bay to Ferry, which contributes to approximately 350 murders between January and August of this year. This is significant by any measure. While I agree that strong community involvement is important for a successful community renewal, it is even more critical that we adopt a community development approach to crime prevention. In other words, we need community development policies and programs that support our crime prevention measures and effectively deter criminal violence. This is the policy shift that has been undertaken by this government. Not only are we strengthening the capacity of the police to effectively interrupt heavily armed criminals, we're investing as a matter of priority in the social, human, and infrastructural development of the most volatile and vulnerable communities. In this way, we are restoring a sense of hope, pride, and purpose in the residents, and equipping them with the necessary skills to pursue alternative life choices with earning possibilities outside of crime. The zones of special operation reflects the totality of this new policy. Over time, zones of special operation will be featured in all the communities that require these special measures. The nexus between community underdevelopment and crime is well known. When persons lack opportunities for self-improvement, when basic essential amenities such as public health clinics, an appropriately staffed infant and primary school, adequate street lighting, and access to potable water are not available, this creates an ecosystem that creates and sustains gangs. The government has developed a comprehensive order government structure for social investment with the understanding that by investing in social development of the people, their improved human capacity will result in strong human capital. We are targeting children from prenatal to young adult and their families. We have engaged the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information to ensure adequate staffing at the schools within these communities and a curriculum that is meaningful to the pupil. We are conducting the necessary baseline assessments, gathering the requisite empirical activities and a curriculum that is meaningful to the pupil. We are conducting the necessary baseline assessments, gathering the requisite empirical data that will inform the social investment programs. This will ensure that every dollar that is invested in the redevelopment of these communities and the people of these communities will be accounted for. We are ensuring that our desired customs are clearly defined, measurable, and captured within a monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework. We are repositioning social investment to ensure meaningful community transformation. Social investment in community development for crime prevention is an all-out government priority. This approach has been adopted to facilitate linkages across government through a coherent and cohesive plan. The Citizen Security Plan. This plan articulates 3 clear thematic areas under which projects and programs are implemented to support the work of transforming the criminal landscape. Namely, safer spaces, human and community development, crime and violence reduction. Implementation of the Citizen Security Plan is managed by the Citizen Security Business Advisory Group, which was established specifically to ensure that all relevant ministries, departments, and agencies of government work collaboratively under the framework of the Citizen Security Plan. The plan includes a robust monitoring and evaluation mechanism with goals and objectives measured by key indicators. It is evidence-based, guided by hard data, and is supported by a mechanism for ongoing data collection, storage, and processing. The collaborative effort, which includes local and international partners, demonstrates the effectiveness of an interagency, multi-sectoral, holistic approach to community development for crime prevention and community renewal. The success or failure of this plan does not depend solely on the capability of the Jamaica Constabulary Force or the initiatives of the Ministry of National Security. Successful and sustained community renewal requires collective effort, public, private sector, non-government organizations, community-based organizations, international development partners, and private citizens must all pull together to support the Citizen Security Plan in order to bring meaningful change to the people and the communities who need it the most. The very poor in our society requires opportunities, not charity. Through this integrated approach, we are providing the necessary opportunities for our people. The 6th staging of the best practices in community development symposium is the opportune occasion for us to demonstrate our commitment to this work. By working in a collaborative and coherent manner, guided by accurate data, we can be assured of achieving sustainably transformed communities in Jamaica. I wish for you a successful symposium as together we work towards the building of a better Jamaica.
Teamwork makes sense. Unity is strength. Community development takes a village to raise a giant event. Make a fight to stop crime and violence. Born a jubilee, living at Tower Hill. Cause in the 1990 enough people get killed. Born that year and the pure blood spill. Blood a run in a gallons, no big jail. But still, me get the will to fulfill and instill to the youth. Now get your marrow drill and go chill on the ice cause it's not nice to pay the price. That man entice with them deal. For rob and steal to achieve a meal. Me say we feel what you feel. See enough youths die because they try to cut a deal with those evil guys. But them no realize you cannot compromise. You better get wise and open up your eyes. Because them leave your gun. But the minute you rise and have dies, they cut you down to size like flies. And your mama cries. Your mama cries. Teamwork makes sense. Unity is strength. Community development takes a village to raise a giant event. Make we fight to stop crime and violence. Wake up Jamaica. Listen. So much people are missing. No more hopscotch. No more niceness.
welcome back. And now we'll get ready to get into the serious part of the day's proceedings with our first session. And you will remember that earlier I spoke to you on the issue of scalability. And what we're going to do at this point is to discuss exactly what is scalability, because it is something very critical for community renewal, and in order for us to be able to execute projects and to scale up projects, we need to understand what is scalability, how it works, how do we go about doing it, and why is it important. Now, before we go into our first presentation, I would like to inform everyone watching that you can participate. Please feel free to send in your questions for the session as we continue. And there are 3 ways to do that. One, for those on Samaru, there is a section of the page that has question and answers. So you just need to type your questions there, and the persons who are monitoring the platform will pass your questions on to me. For those watching on the YouTube channels for PBC Jamaica and the PIOJ, just type your questions in the live chat and we will get them. So without further ado, let us begin. And we will begin with a presentation. And the presentation will be from Mr. Lawrence Cooley. Mr. Lawrence Cooley is the founder and president emeritus of Management Systems International, an 800-person consulting firm headquartered in Arlington, Virginia. Mr. Cooley has more than 40 years' experience in the fields of strategic management and international development. Currently serving as a president of the Society for International Development and board chair of World Learning, he is an author of widely used methodologies for managing change, scaling innovation, entrepreneurship development, and results-based management. Mr. Cooley has served as facilitator for 3 cabinet-level working groups in the United States and as an advisor to the leaders of more than a dozen governments, foundations, and international agencies. In 2015, he co-founded the Global Community of Practice on Scaling Up Development Outcomes, which has over 1,000 members in 43 countries. Let us now hear from Mr. Cooley.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for inviting me to join you. I'm going to talk to you for a little while now about my very, very favorite subject, the subject of scaling. And that's a subject that I've been working on now for, more than 2 decades. All around the world on a variety of subjects, scaling water systems, scaling energy systems, scaling education systems, scaling health systems, and more scaling community renewal systems. Try to share with you what we've learned about taking any social innovation to scale, and then I'll try my very best to apply those lessons to scaling community renewal in Jamaica. Let me begin by sharing with you some PowerPoint slides on this subject that I hope will help to illuminate the points I'm going to make. So again, our subject is scalability for community renewal. Let me start with the fact that many people have definitions of scaling. They cover the waterfront: systems change, transformation, adaptation, sustainability. The essence of all of these definitions is really the same, which is to try to come up with a solution to a problem which is as big as the problem. So if we're talking about 100 communities that are prone to violence in Jamaica, we mean a solution that can get to all 100. If we're talking about a community, we mean a solution that can get to everyone or almost everyone who needs support within that community. Helping 1, 2, or 5 people, 1, 2, or 5 communities is important, but it's not what we mean by scaling. We mean trying to get to everybody with what they need to solve the problem. So let me begin by suggesting that that requires a change in mindset. Think about it this way. If a problem can be defined as a need that's not being met, and a solution can be seen as some effort to do something about that problem, we can see if you look at the blue bars on the left-hand side of this PowerPoint, that some of these programs are really making a difference. They're making a dent in the need. So you could say, okay, the one on the top is doing better than the one on the bottom, or maybe they're all doing better than they were last year. But think about it the other way. All that white space to the right, all of that is the unmet need. That's what we have not yet done. So when we think about scaling, we don't so much congratulate
Jamaica, home of the resilient, passionate and hard-working. A people and a nation who have achieved and defied all odds, working to keep their economy growing, their country thriving, from investments made in innovative opportunities and exports demanded globally. We have a vision, now within our grasp, where Jamaica becomes the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. We will not let go of this vision. We will grow. We will overcome these challenging times and look to the future with hope and positivity. These are special times. The world as we know it has changed, but home will always be in our hearts. And in Jamaica, you can always find a home. Think you know Jamaica? Look again. You will be surprised.
I've been in agriculture now 10 years in Jamaica and 15 years in Florida. Well, I got in agriculture because I have a deep-seated passion for agriculture, and it's fruitful. I grow Scotch bonnet peppers, sweet peppers, pumpkins, broccoli, and sweet potatoes. Presently, I feed into the hotel chains in Jamaica. With each tourist coming here, everybody have to eat, so it would be best for us to be feeding them with locally grown produce. And this is my passion, and it's very fulfilling. So if you follow the guidelines and you have a true.
Now think about a different reality. This is a reality where we have donors and projects, and implementing partners, governments play a role in it also. In that case, we have a very different set of incentives. We're trying to see what we can do to maximize the impact of that project, or to maintain the relationship with that donor, or to meet the need of a particular client or beneficiary. That is usually a formula for forgetting about scaling and for not doing some of the kinds of things we need to do about scaling in order to achieve scaling. And so what I'm going to talk about now is how we begin to move, even if we're in a donor-dominated world or a donor-influenced world, how do we move to reincorporate, to really include a perspective on scaling? And let me give you a couple of additional realities to set the context. In the last decade, the number of donors has just about doubled. Many of those are foundations. And the number of donor projects has just about doubled. But at the same time, the average size of those projects has cut in half, and the average duration has cut in half. So what we have is more and more, smaller and smaller, shorter and shorter projects trying to solve long-term problems. Second reality, 5%. What do I mean by that? I've done a lot of analysis of scaling, and one of the things that I found is that only 1 out of every 20 proven interventions ever succeeds in reaching scale. That means 19 out of 20, or 95%, do not. That's not good enough. I mean, we can do much better. We have to do better. And so if we're going to move from 5% to 10, 15, 20, 25, 30% of projects that really succeed and scale, we need to get to the bottom of the scaling problem and what we can do about it. Third reality, the things that do scale on average take 15 years to reach scale. Most of our projects are 1, 3, and 5 years. So we have to think about how do we use these short projects as stepping stones or as pieces of a larger strategy to make real change happen. And finally, 1 in 7, 1 in 20. For every dollar of philanthropy that goes into countries, there's $7 of foreign investment or direct investment that goes into those same countries. And here's the big one. For every dollar that comes in philanthropy or that gets generated in philanthropy, government tax.
Hello, everyone. We would like to apologize. We had a technical difficulty, a power outage. It has impacted our system, and we are currently working on it. So please bear with us a few minutes while we continue to serve you better. Thanks. And at this, we will continue, and as soon as everything is up and running, we will continue with our presentation from Mr. Cooley. But at the same time, while we get that done, one of the things that I want us to remember as we go through is the real reason why we're here. And as we speak about linking the pieces for community renewal, that this time, or at this best practice symposium, we're not just looking at our traditional areas, the traditional focus areas, social interventions, physical interventions, that type of thing. We're looking at those other elements that could impact our programs and its ability for us to have a sustainable intervention. Many times we do programs, and they're very good programs, and at the start, we will see changes, but then when funding runs out, the program is brought to a halt, and then everything that we'd have gained, we lost it, because the program needed more time for the beneficiaries of the program to really appreciate and to get the kind of change that we desire to have renewed communities. In addition to that, sometimes we have programs in communities with 10,000 residents, but it's only able to target 100. If we target only 100 persons in a community of 10,000, will we really and truly see the change that we desire? Will we really have that renewed community, that community that makes Jamaica the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business? And so it has come to the point where we need to seriously think about not only what we do, but how we do it. Not only about whether or not our program is going to go in and do physical infrastructure, social intervention programs, but how are we going to ensure that our program continues the length of time required for us to see the real change that we want to see as a country? How are we going to come up with creative ways of funding our projects? If an international development partner starts the process, can we as a country or as entities find creative ways to continue the process post the funding that has been provided to us? And so all of this is why we're here today. These are the things that we are focusing on and that we aim to really get into and have a serious discussion on. And so I'm looking forward to all the questions that will be coming, questions for our panel, because after our presentation, there will be a panel discussion. And so this is a way that we as entities, as partners in the process, not only from government, but from private sector, from our international development partners, from our community, can understand truly what we need to do and how we go forward. So, okay. Oh, and you will note that I already have one of my panel members here with me, Professor Harriet, who, this is something that has been a passion of yours for so long, as someone who has worked in the security sector. We'll do the formal niceties later, but I'm sure for you, this is something that you're passionate about, the ability for us to see change in our communities, especially our volatile and vulnerable communities.
Sure, and it's been a long journey for many of us who are now gray.
and who started along this road many, many decades ago, trying to bring change at the community level, especially change in relation to use of violence, beliefs about violence, and worry and concern about the progressive rootedness of it in the mentality and behavior of our people. So these are tough tasks, and I'm happy that every year PIUNC affords us the opportunity just to reflect on our experiences, bring in new voices such as Larry Cooley, and move the discussion along around critical issues. So this year it is scaling, and I think that this is one of the huge problems that needs to be solved. It raises issues of adequacy of resources from the outside meaning agencies that are external to the community. Government has limited resources, as we know. There are limits on what we can borrow. CSJP, for example, has borrowed, I think it's now in excess of 100 million US.
And it has now come to an end, too.
And it has now come to an
so
end.
We need to
so all the more reason to evaluate. But I want us to really kind of get into the details during this panel, of course, and after Larry has completed his presentation. How do we get to scale?
Okay, thank you.
And what happens after we get to scale is linked to the other big issue of sustainability. Okay. But we'll come back to that.
Yes, we will. We'll definitely come back to that. And now we're back up and running, and now it's time to continue with Mr. Cooley's presentation.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for inviting me to join you. I'm going to talk to you for a little while now about my very, very favorite subject, the subject of scaling. And that's a subject that I've been working on now for more than 2 decades, all around the world on a variety of subjects, scaling water systems, scaling energy systems, scaling education systems, scaling health systems, and more scaling community renewal systems. So I'm going to, in just a few minutes, try to share with you what we've learned about taking any social innovation to scale, and then I'll try my very best to apply those lessons to scaling community renewal in Jamaica. Let me begin by sharing with you some PowerPoint slides on this subject that I hope will help to illuminate the points I'm going to make. So again, our subject is scalability for community renewal. Let me start with the fact that many people have definitions of scaling. They cover the waterfront: systems change, transformation, adaptation, sustainability. The essence of all of these definitions is really the same, which is to try to come up with a solution to a problem which is as big as the problem. So if we're talking about 100 communities that are prone to violence in Jamaica, we mean a solution that can get to all 100. If we're talking about a community, we mean a solution that can get to everyone or almost everyone who needs support within that community. Helping 1, 2, or 5 people, 1, 2, or 5 communities is important, but it's not what we mean by scaling. We mean trying to get to everybody with what they need to solve the problem. So let me begin by suggesting that that requires a change in mindset. Think about it this way. If a problem can be defined as a need that's not being met, and a solution can be seen as some effort to do something about that problem. We can see, if you look at the blue bars on the left-hand side of this PowerPoint, that some of these programs are really making a difference. They're making a dent in the need. So you could say, okay, the one on the top is doing better than the one on the bottom, or maybe they're all doing better than they were last year. But think about it the other way. All that white space to the right, all of that is the unmet need. That's what we have not yet done. So when we think about scaling, we don't so much congratulate ourselves on the blue bars, we worry about the white space that's left. And we say, what will it really take to move across that space to make it all blue and to make it stay that way? And that's different than thinking about a project to help some people for some period of time. It's how do we make a permanent change that affects all people over time? And I think that's the task you've set yourself when you talk about community renewal. So what does that mean? Well, first it means admitting some realities. And one of those is that very, very few socially oriented innovations really scale all by themselves. So that means we ought to be analyzing the things we do to see what their chances are of scale and what we can do to improve those chances. I'm sorry to tell you that that does not happen very often. Usually when we plan projects, we worry about the project and how the project is going to do and what the project does. But we don't look at what its prospects for scale up are. And we don't necessarily do all the things that we could do in order to make that scaling happen. Some people and some organizations do this quite naturally. Think about growth-oriented businesses. They're always thinking about who else is out there? Where's the rest of the market? What they would call the addressable market. Or some government programs that deliver core services. They say, look, our job is to reach everybody who needs this service. But now think about a different reality. This is a reality where we have donors and projects, and implementing partners, the governments play a role in it also. In that case, we have a very different set of incentives. We're trying to see what we can do to maximize the impact of that project or to maintain the relationship with that donor or to meet the need of a particular client or beneficiary. That is usually a formula for forgetting about scaling and for not doing some of the kinds of things we need to do about scaling in order to achieve scaling. And so what I'm going to talk about now is how we begin to move, even if we're in a donor-dominated world or a donor and influenced world, how do we move to reincorporate, to really include a perspective on scaling? And let me give you a couple of additional realities to set the context. In the last decade, the number of donors has just about doubled. Many of those are foundations. And the number of donor projects has just about doubled. But at the same time, the average size of those projects has cut in half, and the average duration has cut in half. So what we have is more and more, smaller and smaller, shorter and shorter projects trying to solve long-term problems. Second reality, 5%. What do I mean by that? I've done a lot of analysis of scaling, and one of the things that I found is that only 1 out of every 20 proven interventions ever succeeds in reaching scale. That means 19 out of 20, or 95%, do not. That's not good enough. I mean, we can do much better. We have to do better. And so if we're going to move from 5% to 10, 15, 20, 25, 30% of projects that really succeed and scale, we need to get to the bottom of the scaling problem and what we can do about it. Third reality, the things that do scale on average take 15 years to reach scale. Most of our projects are 1, 3, and 5 years. So we have to think about how do we use these short projects as stepping stones or as pieces of a larger strategy to make real change happen. And finally, 1 in 7, 1 in 20. For every dollar of philanthropy that goes into countries, there are $7 of foreign investment or direct investment that goes into those same countries. And here's the big one. For every dollar that comes in philanthropy or that gets generated in philanthropy, government taxes generate $20. So a large part of the solution involves engaging the private sector and, most importantly, engaging local government as full partners and not relying too much on donor-funded activities to carry the weight over time. In that world, in the world that I'm describing, if we're not careful, the projects can become part of the problem, because if this reward for a good project is another project, we don't ever break out of that project mold. We don't ever find a solution that's permanent, and probably we don't find a solution that's at scale either. So here's a different way to think about projects. Think about the project as a short-term thing, short-term intervention that's trying to make the world after different than the world before. So how is it now? How do we want it to be? And then how do we use this project to change things permanently, change things for everybody? In that world, we need to recognize that a bad system will defeat a good innovation every time. So the job of the project is to do something that's going to change the system. So let me turn to some tools for trying to do that. First, we need a framework, a way to think about it. And I want to suggest to you these six questions are a good place to start. What is being scaled? I'll tell you that community renewal is not an answer to that question. We need to get underneath community renewal and say specifically, what are we trying to get to whom? Because we can't get serious about scaling it until we're clear about what it is we're trying to scale. Second, who's going to be doing this at scale? Is it the same people who are doing it now? Are we hoping that there will be government agencies that are doing this? Are we hoping the community will do this for itself at scale? Who is going to be the principal actor at scale? Not when it's a project, but when it's a permanent feature of the way communities operate. Similarly, who will be the funder at scale? Is it going to still be philanthropy? Is it going to be the government? Is it going to be somehow related to taxes or to contributions from the community? Is it going to be based on voluntary effort? What's going to provide the resources necessary at scale, not as a project, at scale? Question number 4, what's the pathway of getting from here to scale? Do we need to have any legislation or regulations passed? Do we need to change the job descriptions of some people? Do we need to create new incentives for people? Whose job is it to do that? 5th question sounds a little abstract, but I'll explain it. Is there something that could cause the rate of change to go from incremental to exponential? Here's what I mean by that. Usually change, even good change, goes along a little bit year after year after year. But the things that are real scaling success stories find a way to break that chain and to make it suddenly turn upward. Often it's a way they change the rules or they change the incentives or they change the training of people. In the case of community renewal, it's probably the way the communities themselves get organized. But the idea is there something we could do that would take that slow path and make it go much, much faster? And finally, none of these things happen by themselves. We need to be really clear about roles and responsibilities and who's going to be doing what to make that happen. The Planning Institute of Jamaica has been playing a very active role so far. What's their role going forward? What about all of the other stakeholders that are involved in the process? What does each need to do? And who's responsible specifically for keeping an eye on scale? So I'm going to give you a framework and a set of tools that I hope will help with trying to do some of these things. First, the framework. And for those of you who are interested in more, this framework is substantiated and laid out in the publication you see on your screen right now. I'm happy to provide copies or links for those of you who are interested. But basically what it does is it looks at scaling as a series of 10 steps. I'm not going to go through all of these tasks, but I am going to talk about the 3 principal steps. Step 1, which is the planning step. And this basically is a set of tasks that help you plan with scale in mind right from the beginning. Step 2 is called preconditions. I'm going to call that the political step. That's the step where we build the necessary support, commitment, and resources for going to scale. It's the step where most scaling falls apart. And you can see in the graphic that's symbolized by creating roots. Begin with an acorn, but then create roots. And finally, step 3, which is the actual scaling process where hopefully you grow a full tree from those roots that you built. But there it depends on particular tasks for keeping people focused on what they need to do, and for coordinating action at the community and at the national level. I want to also suggest to you some tools for doing some of these things, summarized in a second publication. The tools are tools for developing an overall strategy, and then separate tools for step 1, step 2, and step 3. They include, as tool number 6, something called the Scalability Assessment Checklist, which are how to look at any intervention to try to determine how scalable it is and what you need to do to make it scalable. They also include some guidelines for developing a scaling plan and for tracking and evaluating scaling. All right, let me turn now for a few minutes to the issue of community-based integrated solutions like the Community Renewal Program. And I want to begin by suggesting to you that these sorts of interventions have some special challenges. The most daunting challenge is their complexity. If you look at the program that many of you are involved in, it's got 6 different components in 100 different communities carried out by a variety of different parties. And you remember what I said before, if we can't define what we're trying to scale, we can't scale it. So the more moving pieces there are, the more difficult it is to define it and to do it. These community renewal programs and other integrated community-based programs tend to be, by that criterion, very complicated. That doesn't mean they can't be scaled. It just means it's complicated. The second is they tend to be costly. That's why we often begin with small numbers. If they're training programs for job placement, maybe they begin with 20 or 50 or 100 people, but there are thousands of people who need those programs. If you look at the cost per person, the cost per person in the projects is too much to possibly ever do for everyone. So we need to find ways to deal with the cost problem. And finally, often these programs do not generate sustained revenue sources. So we need to figure out a long-term solution to the revenue problem. I'm going to give you a couple of examples in a minute, but I want to tell you that there are several different kinds of strategies for dealing with the complexity problem and for dealing with the resources problem. One set of strategies are empowerment strategies. They say, look, we're not going to try to scale a particular intervention. We're going to empower the community, and the community will just do whatever it does. Or we're going to empower the individual, and the individual will do whatever they do. It's their job to scale it. Our job is the empowerment. There's a second set of strategies that say, no, we can't focus on empowerment alone. We have to scale particular interventions, but it's impossible to scale everything for everybody. So let's try to find the most strategic things to do. And some say we can pick a particular target group like adolescents. And if we could really make a breakthrough with adolescents, it would spread to the whole community. Or some say, no, the way we should focus this is on a single venue. Let's work through the schools, for example, or let's work through the churches. Or some say, let's find a single delivery mechanism, community policing, for example, or a single intervention, girls' education. Or you could fill in the blank with anything you like, but all of these are efforts to try and find ways to take a very complex set of outcomes, but simplify the interventions. So let me give you 3 examples. First one is something here in the United States called communities and schools. And it begins with the problem that when kids find their way into jail and into trouble, it usually begins by not being successful in school. And so family, school, and community have a common obligation and opportunity to try to address these issues. So communities and schools came up with the idea of trying to put into every school a person or a group of people whose job it was to spot kids who might be looking for trouble or who might be having trouble staying in school, and to get to the bottom for each kid of what was causing that problem, and then to work with their family and with the community to make sure those kids got the resources they need. So sometimes those are educational resources, but sometimes it has to do with the kid being in trouble at home. Sometimes it has difficulty in even getting the transportation to school, or perhaps in getting the money to be able to go to school at all. So communities and schools doesn't begin with a particular solution for everyone, but it begins in a particular place, namely the schools, and with a particular target group, namely the kids who might be otherwise vulnerable for dropping out, and tries to put a particular intervention, namely a person in that school who can find that problem, work with that kid, and bring the community, family, and school together. Here's another example. This one happens to be from Tanzania, another one I've worked with for many years. This has to do with the problem of community mobilization and, frankly, community poverty in large parts of the country. And the strategy was to get young women who have themselves been poor and made their way through secondary school to go back into those same secondary schools as mentors and to work with other kids, boys and girls, to try to work specifically on the issue of empowerment. And when I say empowerment, I really mean empowerment. These are questions like, what do you do if a relative tries to seek sexual favors from you? What do you do if someone spits on you because you're poor? What do you do if somebody tells you can't succeed because you come from a family without resources? And they've got a curriculum and a program that they work with these kids on, and then they continue to work with those kids as they go back into the community again. So again, an effort to take a very complicated set of problems, but find a more strategic and, you could say, simpler way to intervene in that cycle. Third example, community solutions. I'm back to the United States again. Community solutions is an effort to end homelessness, beginning with the chronically homeless. And the starting point is the community, to get all relevant stakeholders at the community organized and focused on their respective roles in doing something about homelessness, beginning with a belief that homelessness can be solved. The campaign is called Built for Zero, because the aspiration is nothing less than getting to zero in those communities. I've been working with them for about a year now. They're trying to spread national. They recently won a $100 million grant from the MacArthur 100 and Change program to do exactly that. I think they've got a terrific way of trying to intervene at the community level to work on the problem of homelessness, and through attacking homelessness, to work on many of the problems that those communities have in other areas. So none of these examples applies directly or necessarily to Jamaica, but I want to show you that different people find different ways to look for scalable solutions to different aspects of community mobilization and community empowerment. Finally, let me end with 5 quick lessons. The first is that you need to fall in love with the problem before you embrace the solution. Try to get to the bottom of what's really in the way of community renewal. Where is there a place we could attack this problem in a concrete way that would have not only measurable effects, but measurable effects at scale and across a large number of communities? Secondly, think subtraction, not addition. Here's what I mean by that. Usually when we try to make an intervention effective, we keep adding more and more components to the intervention to make it effective. Well, that probably does make it more effective, but it also makes it more complicated and more expensive. So what we're looking for here is not necessarily how to make the intervention as good as it can be, but how to make it good enough and still simple enough and cheap enough to have a chance at scale. That's not usually the way we think when we're working on projects, but that's the way we have to think if we're worrying about scale. Lesson 3, get beyond what I'm calling the prototype evidence rollout paradigm. That approach says we come up with an idea, a beautiful idea, we test it, we prove it, and then we roll it out to everyone. My experience has been over the 15 years it takes for things to scale, they change a lot, and they should change because we learn each step of the way. So we need to be willing and able to keep incorporating those lessons as we go forward. This is what some people call adaptive management. It's not having one perfect solution that we then roll out to everybody. It's getting the best we can, beginning to roll it out. As we roll it out, learning more, continuing to make changes all the way until our conclusion. Lesson 4, context is king. Every community is different. Every kid is different. So the idea that there's going to be one simple solution for everyone is unrealistic, or that you can transfer a solution from one country to another is unrealistic. But that doesn't mean we can't learn from one situation to another or from one community to another. So trying to find the way to borrow the best of what's been done in one place and still retain enough latitude, enough scope for making adaptation is the trick to successful scaling. And finally, linking scale to sustainability. Again, the project mentality tends to say focus on 1, 3, or 5 years. But the scaling mentality says focus on forever, focus until the problem is solved. That means we need to be thinking in terms of our delivery mechanisms and in terms of our funding. How is this going to continue for as long as the problem continues? Anything short of that is a dependence on a short-term funding cycle that is a good way to get started, but it's not the right way to finish. So as I thank you, I'd like to come back and just say a word or two more about the process as I understand it in Jamaica. So in looking at the materials people have shared with me, I think you should be very proud of what you've done. You've had a lot of people focusing on a lot of important work, and a lot of people have benefited from that work. But the trick, if you're serious about scale, is continue to remember the size of that white space. Who are all the people in all the communities that we've not served? And what's it going to take to get there? And I want to suggest to you, part of that is dealing with this issue of being as clear as possible about what you're scaling, not just to whom. And secondly, go back to those 6 questions that I listed earlier before. What are we scaling? Who will be the doer at scale? Who will be the funder at scale? What's our pathway for getting there? What, if anything, could make the pace of change go faster? And whose job is it to get all of this done? I think you have it in your power to do all of those things. The people that I've been dealing with in planning for this presentation are inspiring on that, and I look forward to talking with all of you about it for the next hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cooley. I think that slide, and you spoke about it in the last part about thinking about that white space. That slide, I think, blew my mind. I don't know about anybody else out there, but it is so true. I mean, we think about what we're achieving, but we don't normally look at that white space. What are we not achieving? And at this point, we're going to move into our panel discussion. And I have a set of esteemed gentlemen with me. I feel so honored to be in their presence, who will be a part of this team discussion, this panel discussion. And we have Mr. Cooley, who you would have heard from a moment ago, but we also have Dr. Alexander Crowell. And Dr. Crowell is an associate professor of public policy and administration in the Stephen J. Green School of International and Public Affairs at the Florida International University. His research interest is in the management of public organizations and collaborations. This includes topics such as the use of performance practices and data to inform decision-making, leadership, motivation, social capital, and social equity effects of public services. He has engaged in performance management consulting and training with local government managers and employees in South Florida and North Carolina, state agencies in Germany, and groups from Thailand, Tunisia, and Latin America. And Dr. Crowell currently has a book that he is writing, and it will be on shared measures, collective performance data use in collaborations. Our third panelist is Mr. David Rees. And David has been a consultant and advisor to governments and public sector institutions for 15 years. He spent over 8 years in the UK working largely to transform the public sector in national security, policing, defense, and justice, among other areas. He has worked and lived in the Caribbean for the last 7 years, advising clients across Jamaica, Trinidad, St. Lucia, and Barbados, as well as other regional organizations. And most recently, he led the team that conducted midterm and final evaluations for the Citizen Security and Justice Program 3. And he is currently a director in consulting at PricewaterhouseCoopers in the Eastern Caribbean. And the final member of my panel, the person who is in studio keeping my company today, the esteemed Professor Anthony Harriott. Prof. Harriott, as he's fondly called, has a long research career that has been dedicated to understanding and solving one of Jamaica's biggest problems, violent crime. His public service has also been in various fields. His public service has also been in various ways also focused in this field. He recently retired from work at the University of West Indies, where in his last appointment, he was director of his Institute for Criminal Justice and Security. He was the recipient of various academic awards during his academic career, and he has authored over 40 scholarly articles, some 40 technical reports, and has either authored or edited 8 books. Prof. Harriott has a parallel history of public service in his field of expertise. He has sat on a number of technical working groups focusing on criminal justice reform, and he also currently serves as a member of a number of commissions around the same issue. His work has not also been with the public service because he has also participated in several non-governmental initiatives which are aimed at promoting consensus policies and greater state responsiveness to the security needs of the citizens. And most recently, in 2021, he was awarded a national honor of Commander of the Order of Distinction. Welcome. So gentlemen, welcome. And at this point, before we start, I would like to say that the panel discussion, we want it to be very informal, so you can feel free to raise your issues, raise your points, come in, join in the discussion. And so that everything will just flow nicely and that we can get as much information out as possible to everyone who is listening in. So my first question goes to Mr. Cooley. Mr. Cooley, my first question to you would be, in a nutshell or in one simple sentence, what is scalability? So for all our partners who are new to the whole issue of scalability, one simple sentence, one simple definition that they can take away, so as they go back to their various agencies, and if they have to explain it to their superiors or other persons in their office, in their communities, they can explain what scalability is. Oh, Mr. Cooley, we can't hear you. We're not hearing you well. Okay. So in the interim, while we sort that out, I would like to I'll throw out a question to Mr. Rees. As someone who has done evaluations across social intervention programs, how do we determine what projects or programs to scale up? I mean, in Jamaica, we have had a history of social intervention programs. How do we determine which ones we should scale up and which ones aren't worth it?
No receiver? Well, why don't we back up and talk a little, if they can hear us in studio, about the importance of scalability. Like you, I was struck by that first slide, right? And in a sense, it's a really clear and sharp depiction of what is scalability. It's meeting the needs, right? So I would love for us to engage a little in a discussion about its importance, right? Because what any program is about is trying to solve a problem. To solve the problem, the program must have impact, right? So to me, this explains the importance of scalability, because you can't have impact unless you meet the scaling requirements. All right. So while I was looking at that first slide, we may connect it to one of his projects, which is the communities in school. All right. So I thought immediately about this problem in St. James. St. James, if my information is correct, every year churns out between 1,200, 1,500 high school dropouts. All right. There are very few projects, limited programs that are designed to impact the lives of these 1,200 to 1,500 dropouts. And you know, if they drift, they're going to, some will drift into trouble, some will find their way, etc. So it's important to have a scalable program to impact that if we really want to deal with the problem of delinquency and violence in St. James. All right. But we clearly would have difficulty designing projects to scale to meet the needs of 1,400 plus the backlog from previous years.
Right.
All right. So people would naturally throw up our hands in the air. But what if we think about a prevention intervention that is designed to keep them in school? That may be more manageable.
Yeah.
Right? And then instead of 1,200 dropping out every year, we may have 400 dropping out every year. We can find something scalable to address the problem. So to me, that kind of illustrates its importance, A, and B, the need for innovative thinking, not always coming at the back end of the problem, but moving up.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps us as a bridge until we can get the others back in.
But it's okay. Okay, so now we will go back to our panel. And so we go back to Mr. Cooley.
Antoinette, can you hear me?
Perfectly, wonderfully. And I can see you too. That's wonderful. Great.
Well, we're all very happy to be with you, and we're happy the technical problem got resolved. I was listening to Prof while we were momentarily solving our internal problem here, and I agree completely with what he said. That even if the outcomes you're trying to solve are complex, sometimes the intervention doesn't have to be. Sometimes you can find a strategic place to intervene, where a directed and quite specific kind of intervention can really affect a wide range of outcomes. If I could, I'll drop back to the question you asked me originally about scalability and say, before you can define scalability, you have to define what we mean by scale. Right. And what I mean by scale has three dimensions. One is coverage. Are we getting to all the people that we're supposed to get to? That's the chart with need in it. The second is efficacy. Is it really having an effect on the outcomes that we really care about? The third is sustainability. Namely, is it going to last over time? So something has been successfully scaled if it reaches the number of people it needs to reach in a way that truly impacts the problems we care about and that's going to last over time. So what's scalability? Scalability is trying to find the simplest way to make a good guess as to whether that's going to happen. And if you look, there are several ways to do that. But if you look at the MSI toolkit that I referenced, you'll see something called the Scalability Assessment Checklist, which has got 7 broad categories, but a total of 32 different issues to look at to tell you what the chances are that something is going to scale, or maybe I could say better, what you need to do if you want it to scale successfully.
Okay, great, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for that one. Mr. Rees, what about you? As someone who has been in the field and you have been exposed to a number of projects that we have been doing in our communities locally, how do we determine what projects, what programs require scale up?
Thank you, Kimberly. Can you hear me?
Wonderfully. Yes.
Great. Okay. So I think for the purpose of this discussion, we have to assume that we want to scale up what works or is likely to have a net positive impact that outweighs the unintended negative consequences that we do come across in projects and programs. Now, that seems obvious, but too often over the decades, we haven't been measuring, we haven't been monitoring and evaluating what's been working and what hasn't. I think Jamaica's making big strides in turning that around, and my experience there has been that is now on the forefront of the agenda, and it's great to hear the Minister of National Security talk about monitoring and evaluation being at the heart of the Citizen Security Plan. And I think that's absolutely vital for us to build the body of knowledge that allows us to understand what is working. But I think we have to go a little further than that. We have to have somewhere in which we sit down, and whether this is, I think it was mentioned, the NCVP, that might be the forum, it might be the PIOJ, it might be an interministerial grouping, but there has to be a place whereby which we decide as a nation what are the problems we're trying to solve and what are the key priorities. So we have each ministry creating its own priorities. We live in a democracy. The politicians are driving what the priorities are through manifestos, through your cabinet. And we have to be realistic. If it's not on their agenda as something that's a priority, it's probably not going to get scaled. So it makes sense to filter in and out anything that does or doesn't meet that political criteria. And we also shouldn't lose sight of the bottom-up priorities. So there's lots of good examples around the world. I'm sure Mr. Cooley will have some that show that things that are led at a community level by community leaders, by people a little bit more spontaneously, but with the resources of government or donors behind them, can have a significant impact. And these should be factored in at this stage. We also need a picture of what's being done and has been done, and has it worked? And I don't think that picture exists, and I think it has to as soon as possible. And there's tools for doing that. I think geospatial mapping is something that's come along in recent years. I think we have to get an understanding of physically where things are happening, what is being done. We should have dashboards, and I imagine Alexander can talk to ways to present data and use data to really drive these conversations. But we have to have ways in which decision makers can quickly and easily see what's happening, see what's going on, see what's working, what the monitoring and evaluation is saying about whether it's working. And then also have feed into that an understanding of what's missing. So what haven't we tried? What's being done in other countries that's worked? Are there reasons why things haven't been successful? And I would just touch on IDB here. They have a course that's very useful, and I did it recently on leaders in citizen security and justice management. And they have great examples there of what's being tried in the region, in Latin America, in the Caribbean, what works, what doesn't work, what has hope for working on the security front. And then all the questions that Larry posed, like, can this be scaled? Should this be scaled? I give an example. I realize I'm talking for a while, so I just give one quick example of something that couldn't be scaled, but might still be worth exploring at a project level. So not everything should be scaled. So I did a project called Payment by Results in the Ministry of Justice in the UK, and it was about how do we incentivize private and third sector providers to impact prisoners to stop them reoffending, and then pay them for the societal benefit and the government savings that creates. Now, to do that, we created an amazing mechanism that used statistically significant data on comparing prisoners with other prisoners across the system. And if you get a bigger impact on the prisoners that you're intervening in than is the norm at a statistically significant level, then you will get paid out a certain amount of money. Now, that can't be scaled, because once you scale it to all prisons, there's no comparator group. So you have to think in the design phase about scaling. Now, it doesn't mean you don't do a project pilot like that to see if we've got the right providers and which ones of them are doing good work, but you have to think through the scaling at an early stage, and I think that might be a question you come on to. I think I've talked for a while, so let me open it up to others.
Okay, thank you very much, David. There are two things that you raised that I would like to discuss a little bit more. One of them, you spoke about working with partners, and at this point I would want to bring Dr. Crowell in, because partnerships, collaboration, coordination, I would like to imagine would be an important part of scaling up a project or initiative. So, Dr. Crowell, how would we engage stakeholders when we're thinking about scaling up a project? How should we go about doing that? And what is the value in doing that?
Yes, well, thank you. I think a problem, or like a challenge we have in scaled project and larger projects, is that it's often not enough that it's managed by one agency or one group of people that's in charge. But as you said, you have to bring together a group of very different people representing different organizations that have different expertise, but also often come in with different values, different priorities, and different perspective on things. So while these collaborations to address these big issues in large-scale projects is a great opportunity to bring together the resources, there's also a potential for conflict, and there is a potential for things that need specific attention. So what I'm referring to is I use as an example as a project that I was involved in. It was in public health, and it was opioid response project in North Carolina, and they had communities come together, sometimes county spanning. So really, communities come together and create these collaboratives that were working through ideas of interventions and programs and actions that could be implemented at a larger scale. And I guess I could just start off by just maybe giving 3 lessons from what we've seen in such a project. One was that although we often say these projects cannot be too centralized and they cannot be managed top-down, we need a little bit of a balance between top-down structure, which means giving direction and having some sort of organization, but at the same time also allow for bottom-up participation so that people can get involved, they can get excited, and also fresh ideas can be integrated bottom up. The second piece, and that goes back to the presentation by Larry Cooley, who very nicely gave an overview about kind of the chronological perspective on how to plan. And one step I would add at the beginning is trust building, particularly if we think about collaborations that involve people and stakeholders that may not have worked together. So what we've seen is if we jump in at that point into planning and vision statements and priorities and thinking about measures to capture achievements without having created some relations and some trust, that can be really problematic in terms of conflict and things falling apart very early on just because there is no general understanding among these stakeholders. So that's important. And the last point I want to make here is that participation bottom-up is good, but in terms of sustainability, for it to really work for a longer time, you need people to step up and actually take on managerial responsibilities, and we call this distributed leadership or shared leadership, where people really from different organizations having different roles take on different or become in charge for different steps of the overall project. And this can rotate over time, it can rotate across actions, but that's one way to sustain it and to get people's buy-in in the long run.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kroll. The second issue that David raised that I would want to discuss a little bit more is around the issue of data and even the use of data in the process. So, Prof. Harriet, there is a particular intervention that has been done in 16 communities in Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Catherine. It was done between 2014 and 2020. It targeted, well, 1,500 persons benefited from this initiative. And as a result of that initiative, 468 potential shootings were averted, and there were 300 mediations held. Now, if we look at the crime data over that same period, 2014 to 2020, we see where there were almost 9,000 shootings recorded locally and another 9,000 murders. And we know that about 75% of our murders, the weapon of choice is a firearm, so that would be close to 7,000 persons who were killed. Now, here is a program that just by targeting 16 communities was able to reduce that number by 468. So that is 468 less shootings, possibly 468 less victims of murder. So this is an example of, I guess, data showing maybe why do we need to scale a project. So, as someone who has looked over the years at crime and also a researcher doing serious data, how do we go about building that whole appreciation for the numbers to even do justifications for scale up?
On the face of it, the numbers that you just cited makes a good case for scaling up that program that delivered the results. Note that I said on the face of it, right? Because there are many such programs. And the first thing that I want to suggest is that maybe the government of Jamaica should have a process and an authority that examines some of the better practices, the promising practices, and at some point names them as best practices. Right? And that includes imported programs, you know. So just clarifying what constitutes best practice is important, and ensuring that they meet it, because the question that I would ask is simply this. Given that the data invites evaluation of that program because it looks promising, did we do a rigorous evaluation? Right? If we did, and some authority in government approves it based on the rigorous nature of the evaluation, then it's a candidate, clearly a candidate for being scaled up, you know. But I want to make this as a really specific recommendation that there be a process and an authority for declaring something a best practice.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. Mr. Cooley, are there any factors that could hinder the successful scale-up of projects or programs? Are there any factors that we should consider?
Were you addressing that to me?
Yes, yes.
I'll say just a little bit about that. In my experience, the decision about what you should scale up usually is made on the basis of things other than evidence. It's usually based on a series of other considerations. Sometimes they're instincts, sometimes they're political economy, sometimes they're just what's easiest to do. But I think our role as people who care about evidence-based decisions isn't to say that everything is determined by evidence, but that evidence should have a role to play in this, and that people should understand in looking at something, A, does it work, of course, but B, is it plausibly scalable, and do we have a credible pathway for sustaining it over time? If we don't, then even if it is terribly effective, it's a bad candidate for scaling. It's going to either be too expensive, too cumbersome, or unacceptable in some other way. So for me, assessing something for choice is not just how effective is it. It's that plus a series of other things. And if you look, for example, at the scalability checklist, it will be that you want to change. How is it going to change? If it's the way the police operate, how is that going to change? If it's the way the community organizes, how is that going to change? And some vision of how this would operate if it were scale and if it were permanent needs to precede a decision to take something to scale. Because otherwise, you're working blind. You're working with a hope and a dream, but not necessarily with any plan for trying to get there. Once you start out with that vision, the second piece is to not be so wedded to it that you can't learn and change along the way. Because if you learn anything from experience, it's that this is never a straight line. Never. And people who think they've got a clear pathway for taking something to scale have never scaled anything. Because if you get anyone at the end of the story tell you the truth about the story, they'll depict for you a very meandering path from the point of departure to the point of conclusion.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I engage with that. You could say this is a way to identify resources to do what you need to do. I mean, funding is probably going to be one of the major ones because a number of the projects sometimes don't get scaled up because there's a lack of resources. So is there anything that has been done creatively that we could even consider as we go about scaling up projects? Whoever
I'm happy to speak to that, but if somebody wants to go first, that's fine too. Okay, let me start and see if I provoke anybody else with it with this comment. For resources for scaling, I'm sorry to tell you, are much more challenging to identify than they ought to be. I just got off a call just before joining you today that talked about trying to work with donors to mainstream a focus on scaling into their program. So the people I was interviewing on that were a vice president from the World Bank, a deputy managing director of the Gates Foundation, someone from IDRC in Canada, and people from USAID. And the question was, well, what about this? Because people are very willing to invest in innovation. Basically, we can always use more resources, but the problem is not money for innovation, in my opinion. And if you look at the other end, we've got systems that deliver goods and services, but trying to find those best practices and move them across to making them the new normal, that's what I would call the broken part of the business cycle. And I think it calls for functions just like Prof. Harriet was talking about before. For example, somebody really actively vetting the possibilities, somebody taking responsibility for bringing together the stakeholders, somebody responsible for packaging the investment, somebody involved in trying to really mobilize and advocate for the budgets on the government side and on the private sector side. This is the kind of role, to some extent, PIOJ is playing on the programs that you're doing. Those are, for me, I would call them intermediation roles, are critical to making this whole thing happen. Otherwise, you have innovators and service deliverers, but the two don't come together. It's like two different communities. And so I've often tried to present this as being like three gears, with the intermediation gear being like the clutch between the other two gears. And saying that unless that's really engaged, you have the other two spinning very nicely, but they don't ever find one another. So my pitch when I'm talking to donors is stop funding innovation, fund the intermediation, because it's the broken part of the cycle right now.
Okay, thank you so much for that point, and I hope all our international development partners who are watching on the platform heard what you just said, so that when we approach them for extra funding, that they'll say, oh yes, that's based on what Mr. Cooley said. So my next question would be, at what stage of the project cycle should we be considering scalability? Should it be something that we're considering right at the start, so as we're designing this initiative or we're putting something forward, in our back of our minds, we're already thinking, in 3 years after this pilot phase is done, I'm going to want to scale this up? Or is it something that we do after we have put the project in, we have seen the pilot, we said, yes, there's some potential here. Yes, I like the feeling I'm getting here. We should consider scale up now.
Don't do that last thing.
Okay.
I'm telling you, if you do the last thing, you're going to have the same batting average that others do, which is about 1 out of 20.
Okay. Okay.
There's a very strange, to me, a very strange psychology that's necessary for scaling.
Mm-hmm.
The way I describe it is you need to have 1 foot on the brake and 1 foot on the accelerator at the same time. In other words, right from the beginning, you have to be thinking about everything you would need to think about if you were going to scale, even though you don't yet know that you should.
Mm-hmm.
And the foot on the brake needs to be like a conscience, saying, constantly asking yourself, should we do this?
Mm-hmm.
But if you wait until the answer is into that question, it's too late to do the things you need to do to lay the foundations for scaling.
Okay.
So you want people, even at the beginning, even when they don't know, to be acting as if the possibility at least existed that this is something we want to scale. That's very difficult to do because when people do that, they tend to fall in love with the intervention and then they start scaling it too quickly. So I'm not saying you should actually go to scale. I'm saying you need to lay the foundations for scaling, or else it's going to be too late when you get back to that problem.
Okay. Thank you for
I absolutely want to agree with that. I think when I do evaluations of programs and we look at sustainability, too often it's asked right at the end of the project, okay, well, now we've done it, who are we going to throw this over to? You can't do that. You have to be designing, and Dr. Kroll talked about co-creation. I think co-creation only works if you do it at the beginning. You're co-designing, you're co-developing. You can't say, okay, we're co-creating something we've already created. Here, it's yours now. You go and find the funding, right? That doesn't work. And it talks to how you build partnerships as well. All of this has to be from the start all the way through. And as Mr. Cooley said, your monitoring and evaluations are steps in the process to say, here's a checkpoint. Should we still be trying to do this? And if not, let's kill it and invest our resources elsewhere. Now, if the data isn't in yet, then, and it might not be in, we also got to remember, we talk about building relationships, and I think it's absolutely crucial. But people change in posts over time, and particularly we talk, it was mentioned who gets the funding. Well, ministers and permanent secretaries are amazing at finding funding if it's something that they really want to do. So I think they hold a big place in this, but they also change, and the political direction changes, and we have to be aware and cognizant of that, and place this in the political cycle and build relationships that are deeper than just the individuals at the top.
And maybe a way to institutionalize it would be, like today, big grants and funds have kind of that inbuilt requirement that one has to outline a mechanism for evaluation up front, right? And we could think of something like that too with regard to scaling. So as a part of the submission of the application, already to outline what would be the steps, what would be important milestones, what could be done to think through some of the scaling questions, including resources, and have that already up front, even though as Larry Cooley said, it doesn't always mean that the project will be scaled, but this is important planning that may have to happen up front.
And I like the fact you raised that point about the whole issue of co-creation and partnership, because if you do it early on in the project, it also helps you. So, for example, if the agency that's supposed to deal with sustainability does not have the capacity that it needs at the start, it gives you a chance to build the capacity in that agency so that by the time it's ready for transfer, that they are ready. Okay.
Too, if you're doing community renewal, right? And you're thinking about scalability at the very beginning, I think you're likely to have a better appreciation of the assets that reside in the community. I think huge untapped resources are there, human resources, competencies, to bring about the kinds of changes that you require. We tend too much to look at resources as transfers from outside.
Agreed. Okay, so now there's so much to discuss, but we're getting close to the end. But before we do, I have one question to ask that has been sent in by someone on one of our platforms. And the question is, what policy mechanisms can be put in place and driven by whom to ensure the scale or critical mass needed to transform a community is achieved? Impacting 10 out of 10,000 may be a waste of resources if the objective is community transformation. So the thing about it is, what policy mechanism can be put in place, driven by whom, to ensure scale or critical mass needed to transform a community? How do we ensure that we achieve that? What are the policy mechanisms that we need to consider as a country? So I guess for all our panelists, it'd be like saying, what would be your charge to the government of Jamaica? This is what you need to do. You want to see transformation? This is where we tell you need to do. So I guess you could also see it as a wrap-up, I guess. You get parting words from our panelists. What would you say to the government of Jamaica? So who would you want to start with? Mr. Cooley or Prof, you want to go first for this one?
That's a very broad one, and I can understand why my colleagues on the panel are a bit reluctant to say anything here. But what I would say to government is, one, be clear on what you want to change. So when we're talking community transformation, I know that there are elements of it that we have now. There's the physical community as physical space, and you want to transfer that. But we also want to transform behavior, right? That is the key thing, right? So just clarity and focus on that. And I think a big challenge at the policy level too is some kind of direction in that approximates, if you wish, a theory of change for our communities, right? And on that basis, commitment of the resources for resources that are required for effective scaling to get national outcomes, not just community level outcomes now.
Okay. And my other panelists, Mr. Cooley, Dr. Crow, Mr. Rees.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, so in the UK, the Treasury plays a really important role here. It holds the purse strings. We don't have so much by way of funding from the likes of IDB and other donor agencies. It's blessed not to have to rely on that. But I think whoever holds the purse strings has a very powerful role in that, and can help design the process and oversee the quality of the process that allows new things to come into the funnel and then funnel them down to, yes, this is something that we want to do. Now, in Jamaica, I'm not sure where that sits. Not just the funding side, but it seems like you have some ready-made bodies. The NCVP I mentioned. You have this organisation whose remit seems to be exactly this. You have cabinet, so that you have options, but one needs to be decided on and supported, and have the funding mechanisms to make those decisions. That would be my one suggestion. And use a portfolio approach. So in portfolios, it's all about prioritizing lots of different projects, and you've got to schedule them and say, okay, this one's going to be done first, this one second. Okay, this one isn't ready, we're going to move this back in the plan. And it links the budget to the plan to the strategy. And I think a portfolio management approach is something that needs to support any governance body that makes the decisions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so
I'm not being polite when I say that I completely agree with what the other two speakers
I'm not going to do the giveaway. I'm just going to.
And in fact, if I were listing my one or two, it probably would have been what one of them said or what the other one said. But since they both said them, I'll keep going a little bit. And just to say that implicit in all of this is this notion that you have to make choices. You just can't do everything everywhere all the time. And what I've learned about people is people are much better at thinking complexity than managing complexity. And we can conceptualize it, but you can't do it that way. You've got to make choices, and you've got to have priorities, and you've got to have a sequence to things. And yes, you have to keep learning and making changes, but it can't be everything is going on at the same time indiscriminately in this thing. So I think community renewal is challenging that way because it means a lot of different things to different people. It means different things in terms of outcomes, and it means different things in terms of interventions. So I think if you're going to scale things, you need to break through that. And you need to be as clear as you can about what you mean by community renewal. As Prof said, as clear as you can about the theory of change that's going with this. And therefore, we're going to do this. And we're going to try to do this not for 1 or 2 or 5. We're going to try and do this at the scale of the problem. If the thing you're talking about can't be done at the scale of the problem, you pick the wrong thing. You pick something that's not scalable. Go back and look again and say, where is it that we can intervene in a meaningful way in this problem at scale and in a sustainable way? And now I'm going to agree with David on this. I think that requires somebody who's empowered to make those choices, ideally with as much inclusiveness as you can, but at the end of the day, someone needs to make choices if it's going to move forward in that way.
Okay.
Just one point I would add is invest and create capacity to collaborate and manage large projects. It's not just about the planning and the program design. The critical phase is also the implementation, and that's where you have to bring people together and it has to work out. So that's often something overlooked.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Kroll. I know I had said that was the final question, but I just have one clarification for Mr. Cooley. Mr. Cooley, someone is asking, if you're saying that the monitoring and evaluation folks are critical from the start to help develop the plan for scaling based on lessons learned from the implementation. Should I repeat?
Was that a question as to whether
somebody wanted a clarification on something you had said. So
okay.
So is Mr. Cooley saying the monitoring and evaluation folks are critical from the start to help develop the plan for scaling based on lessons being learned from implementation?
I did say that, and I do mean that. I would broaden it slightly from monitoring and evaluation, although you could call it that. I would call it the evidence side of it, which is where's the evidence that we're basing the intervention on, and what's the evidence we need from the intervention that's going to allow us to keep making the decisions we need to make along the way. And that's a process not just of social science. That's a process of communication and persuasion with people in high places to figure out how evidence can really play a role in not only shaping initial choices, but shaping commitment to those choices over time.
Okay, well, while we have been talking, I've been here doing some scaling up of my own. So I might just scale up an extra 10 minutes for us to talk. So we don't have to run again. Right, so it gives us a chance to even just speak a little bit more, because I think we have raised a lot of very interesting points here. As a country, how do we go about doing this? So I do like the idea of having all the partners at the table from very early on in the process, understanding what we're doing, why we're doing it. And as we design the program, don't look at the blue line that the project is going to cover, but look at the white space that the project is not looking at, that the project needs to get to. Because then at the same time, a question I could ask is there a minimum standard or a minimum target that we must have as we determine that, yes, we can see change here? So, for example, if we move that blue line from 5%, 10% to 75%, can we successfully say that we should see some real change in our society? So I don't know, Mr. Cooley, is there a minimum standard to say if we can get to at least 75% of the problem, we should see good change?
I wouldn't frame it that way myself.
Okay.
I think that how much is enough really is two things. One, it's a political question, what your standards are for success. But secondly, it relates to the theory of change around whatever it is. What do you mean by community renewal, and how much do you have to affect the problem for that to be the case? For example, I would say, this is just me talking, I would rather see you have significant effects in fewer communities than incidental effects in lots of communities. So that's less, it's more than 75% of the income and fewer than 75% of the communities, perhaps. But that's not my decision. That's the decision for the people who were involved in trying to make the change happen. I would be nervous if I were you about trying to have some sort of a ratio that drove that decision, because I think it's too situation specific.
Okay.
But I do think that the idea that someone is continuing to ask the question about outcomes on this and not just about implementation is very, very important, because once we start scaling, the tendency is to just keep going. And all the energy is we fall in love with our own interventions. And so all of the evidence goes to how to justify it, how to keep moving forward, not really how to be certain that what we're doing is taking us where we need to go.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, can I add to that selecting the outcomes you're going to try and measure is absolutely crucial and shouldn't be done lightly or without serious thought. And the reason I say that is often we look at the top level political priorities. Let's say in Jamaica we want to reduce murder. Now, you might then target interventions at risk youth and try and stop them joining gangs and get them out of gangs. Now, you can have success at doing that and still murder rates go up because there's a power vacuum, there's a gangland war, and a lot more murder happens. Now, that doesn't mean the intervention didn't work, but it means if you crudely measure it on a murder rate or numbers of murders, you're not going to understand whether you're measuring the right thing. So it's really important that you have a solid theory of change, that you have a proper results framework that's thought through and doesn't just pander to kind of political headlines.
If I may just add a brief word to what David has said, I would put it this way, the question you posed this way. How do we get to that point when the impact of the program or project is such that change becomes easier? In other words, at the early stages, you're rolling the rock up the hill, right? Then you get to the top, and it becomes a little easier. It's linked to the idea of sustainability, too. So if you take the murder rate problem, we've put a lot of effort into it. We have made progress. 2009, we were at, 63 incidents per 100,000. Then we fell into the 40s and so forth. So we have made progress. But as far as the population is concerned, there's this huge gap there, and all of this hasn't made a dent on the problem. So linking it to the theory of change, I think it gets easier when the system starts to generate a kind of general deterrent. So people know that murderers are being caught. It's difficult to get away with it in Jamaica. And then you start to roll down the hill. And I think same too with the community interventions. There's a turning point there that you need to get to, at which people begin to become agents. More and more people become agents of change, and it gets a little easier. That needs some clarification in your theory of change, and of course factored into your scale. So you're scaling to get to that critical point.
Understood. Where change now becomes automatic, it becomes embraced, where we change thinking, we change behaviors, we change attitudes. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Any other, Dr. Kroll, anything from you on this one?
Oh, David, go ahead. I think you have another thought.
Oh, David has a thought.
Just one thing that might be useful to consider, maybe as an outcome of this conference, is to whoever's going to take actions forward on this is to do some research on examples of communities that have been renewed and what happened. Because, for example, I've done some research on New York in the 1990s that was a kind of very violent, crime-filled place, and what it took to turn that city around. And it's quite complex, and there's a lot of different parts. But I think building a few case studies like that, another one might be Medellin in Colombia, and obviously there were specific drug drug leader reasons for some of that change. But building some international case studies, and even some Jamaican ones, because I don't believe there aren't communities that haven't transformed over time positively. I think there are. And understand what went into that and what it took, how long it took, will help set expectations and build a coherent picture of things to try in Jamaica.
Okay, thank you.
Antoinette, maybe I could add one piece on it, because one of the things that came out when we were doing prep calls for this conversation was a discussion that in many cases the actions that are being taken to support community renewal are being taken by a variety of people under a variety of auspices and in a variety of places. And I think at the moment it suffers from the fact that community renewal remains a kind of an unclarified concept for many people, which has the virtue that it's a big tent that many things can happen under, but it's a problem when we come to this conversation about scaling. So if I could add one more recommendation, it would be the one that I know you're trying to pursue already, which is to consolidate this into a database. And ideally, not just a database, but some mechanism by which these people can interact with each other, so that these strategies can be much more of the kind of collaborative sort that Alex was talking about earlier, and not simply side-by-side things, all with the same rather non-described eventual outcome. It's too complicated to do that, and you have one real asset on this, which is community-based really means that the community is a defined thing. We know what that is. So trying to figure out who the relevant stakeholders are for that, and assembling both the information and the people themselves to reach some commonality about this is a major effort forward. In the case of my own work, now linked to the Brookings Institution, we've called these real-time scaling labs. Other people have other names for them, but it's trying to bring what some people bring the system into the room, so that we're really talking about this in the same way at the same time, and there is something we're trying to do with a common sense of purpose.
Okay, thank you all, thank you very much. So at this point, we're going to bring our session to an end. And I would like to say to all my panelists, thank you. You have started a discussion that, starting with Mr. Cooley's presentation, it generated excitement. And then the question and answers that followed, I'm sure a lot of our partners are now saying, scalability is the way to go. We need to start talking about this. We need to start working this into our program. So again, thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Cooley, thank you. Dr. Crowell, thank you. Mr. Race, thank you. Prof. Harriet, thank you. Thank you all for being here and sharing your wisdom and knowledge with us. And now we go over to my fellow co-host, fellow moderator, Damian Hilton.
Wow. Scalability for community renewal. The time wound down just when we were getting ready to scale up. I think we could have an entire day looking at scalability. I want to thank our panelists for their contribution to the discussion, and Antoinette for taking us through. We want to also apologize to our viewers. We've been having some technical difficulties. Some of the things are really outside of our control, but we have been working assiduously at trying to address the problem so that we can continue to present to you today the information necessary to help us to continue to advance community renewal and national development. As promised, we have a few questions for you so that you can participate and try to win a prize or two. And so just a few instructions as I present the questions. Those of you who are on the platform, you can see the questions as they pop up on the screen, and you will be able to participate by just clicking on the poll question. The correct answers will be presented to you afterwards, not right now. We will allow for the other sessions to be completed and ask the questions related to that session as well. So for those of you who are on the YouTube channels and don't have access, rather, to the platform, the questions are: 1, globally, what proportion of successful innovation reach national scale? Globally, what proportion of successful innovation reach national scale? Potential answers: 5, 15, 25, or 33? Question number 2. How long on average does it take for successful innovations to reach national scale and full institutionalization? How long on average does it take for successful innovations to reach national scale and full institutionalization? Potential answers: A, 3, B, 7, C, 15, or D, 20. Please present your answers. We have persons who will be assisting to determine the first person who came up with the correct answer. And so we look forward to your answers as we move on in the symposium. I thank you.
Okay. Okay.
The journey of 1,000 miles begins at one step. Broken child still a smiling, I'm a one prep. Before you judge, listen my views. Can you take a walk in my shoes? Can you walk in my shoes? Will you listen to my cry? One day I must reach my dream. Born to fly. Can you walk in my shoes? Will you listen to my cry? One day I must reach my dream. Born to fly. Me, the ghetto child, is flower growing wild. People always ask me why I never smile. What to smile about in this tenement yard? Forget I dinner money, me have to gamble 3 a card. Grew up without mama kisses or hugs. Sold drugs for the thugs to buy myself a logs. At nights, there was no place to rest my head. Sometimes I found shelter in a broken down shed. In the open land, I slept on a bag of sand. See, I was sinking, no one to hold my hand. Quickly going down, I couldn't turn my life around. Now you see my face, it wears a permanent frown. What am I to do after all I've been through? Can you take a walk in my shoe? What am I to do after all I've been through? Can you take a walk in my shoe? So can you walk in my shoe? Will you listen to my cry? One day I must reach my dream. Born to fly. 15 years old, weighed 80 pounds. Malnourished, pure skin and bones. The system was stiff, my mind began to shift. Started to shoplift until I found I had a gift. Found I had a sound to use the microphone. Educate uptown about downtown. Like many before us, they try to ignore us, but they can never ignore my verses, my chorus. So I began to rise, hear my vocalize. Wolf in disguise with us and never socialize. The one that victimize, the one that criticize, the one that despise, the one that see my demise. Refuse to hear my cries, told me to stop my noise, but I opened up my eyes, opened my eyes. Born to fly. The journey of 1,000 miles begins at one step. Broken child still a smiling, I'm a one prep. Before you judge, listen my views. Can you take a walk in my shoe? Can you walk in my shoe? Will you listen to my cries? One day I must reach my dream. Born to fly. Walk in my shoes. Will you listen
Hello, welcome back, everyone. I trust that you have been enjoying the discussion so far. Indeed, we have learned quite a bit about scalability, and I'm sure we are charged up as technocrats, practitioners in the space to start putting into practice what we have learned about scalability. Let me just take this opportunity to once again just thank you so much for being online with us this morning at the 6th staging of our Best Practices Symposium. I also want to just acknowledge and welcome those of you who may have just been joining on. We promise that you will indeed continue to enjoy the symposium. And we know that this year's symposium is being held under the theme, Linking the Pieces, a holistic approach to community development. And for our viewers who have just joined us, just to remind you that our symposium, the objective, why are we doing this? This is because we want to showcase and to document best practices in social and community development and to continue to stimulate the discussions that will strengthen national dialogue on how to tackle the critical development issues. Now, in session 1, we would have heard about how we are linking the pieces. What are the critical elements? Now, let me just remind us. We would have heard and learned that scalability is a critical component and, in fact, one of the key solutions to solving this bigger puzzle that we call community renewal. There are 2 key issues that were pointed out. One had to do with the fact that when we talk about scalability, one of the things that we must think about is resources, and particularly funding. How do we fund the work that we are doing? How do we decide what to fund in a targeted way? The other important element had to do with sustainability. How are we going to be sustaining the work that we do? And we have taken away that one of the critical components to sustainability, of course, is that of funding. Now, in addition to those 2 elements, one of the other things that our research has shown us is that there are a number of policy and system-level supports and barriers that affect the future direction, growth, and funding of community development programs, with funding probably being the most critical issue. However, political support, public interest, and professional networks are also critical if we want to sustain interest and continue to promote growth and continued funding of these programs. So with this in mind, there are a couple of questions that we need to answer. How then do we improve public spending? We understand that within our own Jamaican context, the challenge of government as it relates to resource allocation. Is it really about increasing spending, or is it really about more effective use of the limited resources that we might have? The other thing, is it time for Jamaica to look at other funding mechanisms that we can use to support the work in the community development process? So, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter into this second session, these are some of the things that we are going to be discussing. We have 2 dynamic speakers, and it is my pleasure to introduce to you our first speaker, who will be speaking to us about effective funding for citizen security. His name is Rodrigo Serrano Berthet, who is the Principal Citizen Security Specialist at the Inter-American Development Bank. And he currently coordinates IDB's citizen security work in Brazil. He has a PhD in public policy and a master's in city planning from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and a licenciature in sociology from the University of Buenos Aires. Rodrigo has led the preparation and supervision of multiple investment loans for citizen security programs in Latin America. His research includes determinants of crime and violence in Central America, Brazil, and Mexico, policing strategies in Brazil and Uruguay, and the quality of public spending in security and justice in Latin America and the Caribbean. Between 2008 and 2015, Rodrigo coordinated the citizen security team at the World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Mr. Rodrigo Berthet.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank the POJ for the invitation. And I'll be talking about a study that we did a few years ago about public spending and citizen security in Latin America and the Caribbean. This was part of a study, a larger initiative that the bank did on public spending, which is in this book called Better Spending for Better Lives. And let me share with you the presentation. I will be presenting a few of the highlights from this study in these 15 minutes that I have. To begin with, just to set the context, as you know, crime and violence is really one of the biggest challenges for the region. We have 4 times the homicide rate than the world average. Most citizens in Latin America and the Caribbean live in fear of being victims of a crime, and the cost to our economy, to our welfare, is huge. It's a conservative estimate is about 3.2%, according to a study that we're about to, an updated study that we're about to launch. So this is it's a huge problem for the region, and we see that most countries in the region make a significant fiscal effort. We spend the median is about 5.4% of the total budget goes to security and justice in the region, which is double, a little bit less than double what the OECD countries receive or what they spend, they allocate. But when we see it in terms of per capita spending, we see that it's half of what OECD countries spend, what we spend in the region. And given that the size of the challenge of the problem is much larger, we have about 8 times the homicide rate that OECD countries have. We see that there is room for more spending. Although what we will argue here is that before spending more, we need to learn to spend better. So that's really the challenge. We already make a significant effort now in terms of public finance. What we need to improve is the effectiveness of that spending. And we put together, as part of this study, the first sort of time series for 10 countries for about 8 years in terms of the evolution. And we see that governments throughout this period have increased their spending in about 33%. This is consistent for all the countries that we looked at. However, when we look at the relationship between increased spending and victimization, which is what you see on the left, and victimization rate and the homicide rate, we see that really there is no clear relationship. We don't see what we would like, which would be increased spending leads to there's a strong correlation with a reduction in the victimization rate or with a reduction in the homicide rate. What we see is more like all over the map. Some countries do better. Of those that have increased more than spend more than the average, which are the countries that are on the right side, we see that some have the type of outcome they would like to see, like a reduce in the victimization rate, but others have an increase in the victimization rate. And the same with the homicide rate. We see some that have improved. Among those that have spent more than average, that have increased more than the average. of their spending. Some have done better in terms of homicide rate, but many of them have done worse. So really, I mean, the highlight is there is no clear relationship, and this is partly, we would argue, because what we need to look at is at the quality of spending. It's not just the quantity of spending, but the quality of spending. So I would like to share very briefly three principles of what would it mean to spend better. First is, I mean, when we looked at the composition of spending, we see that there is a strong emphasis on reaction, on repression. And while all public security, citizen security programs need to have, need to respond to crime, need to control crime, we know that the most successful cases are those that have been able to have a balanced approach that combine strong emphasis on prevention with law enforcement, with control. And when we looked at the individual types of programs and interventions, we'd see that preventive efforts are the most cost-effective, are the ones that can anticipate to reduction to the crime occurring, are the ones that give a better bang for the buck, right? And an example of these, probably you're familiar with this example, has been very much talked about, is Becoming a Man, a program in Chicago that has been very rigorously evaluated, not only in terms of its impact, but also in terms of its cost benefit. And it's an intensive tutoring for at-risk youth, which combines in its tutoring cognitive behavioral therapy interventions, which also have been proved to really make a big difference in the quality of the outcomes that we see. That this program has led to a 44% reduction in arrests for violent crimes. And when looked at in terms of cost benefit, for every dollar invested in this program, the society, the community got $8 of benefits, of returns to the community. So this relationship is really a very good one, and shows the power of this type of programs. Unfortunately, it's hard to know how much we're spending on prevention. The classifiers of the budgets and public finance accounts don't allow us to identify clearly how much it's spent on prevention. And when I talk about prevention, it's mostly social prevention, but also police-oriented programs, or police programs that are oriented to prevention, criminal justice programs oriented to prevention, tertiary prevention programs. There's a wide array of programs that fall within that category. And we looked at in a few, or other studies have looked at two cases, at least El Salvador and Chile, and we see that the amount spent in prevention, it's very little. It's 3% in El Salvador when this was done a few years ago, and Chile 10%. So with Chile, probably it's a country that have taken social prevention one of the ones that have taken most seriously. In the region, we still see that the share it's little. So here there is really an opportunity to increase the spending on preventive programs. A second principle is to have more targeted programs. And as we know, crime concentrates both at the geographical level, territorial level, in terms of people who commit the perpetrators. A small amount of perpetrators account for a large percent of the crimes, and a small amount of victims account for a large percent of the victims. And also in terms of behaviors, there are certain types of behaviors that are responsible for many, for a large percent of the crime and violence. So knowing this, it's terrific news for program design, because we know that we can concentrate our programs, that we should concentrate our programs territorially and in terms of the people that are more likely to be perpetrators or victims and their behaviors. So unfortunately, we did a study of more than 200 programs in 6 countries in the region, and we see that targeting is still not done as much as it should be. For instance, only 10% of programs were geographically targeted. So again, this is an opportunity to look at our programs, see how well targeted they are. There are now a lot of instruments and tools that allow us to identify who are the youth, for instance, most at risk of in getting involved in violence and crime. And so we should, whether it's at the community level, whether it's in our prison systems, in our criminal justice system, really try to use these tools, these risk assessment tools to identify the groups that if we treat them, will really have a very beneficial impact, not just on them, but on the community at large. And finally, the third principle is really the importance of being as evidence-informed, as evidence-based as possible in all the programs that we have in our portfolio. This is a table that I put together from the Washington State Institute of Public Policy, which is probably the premier think tank in terms of cost-benefit analysis in the world. It was created by the Washington State Congress to advise Congress on what the toolkit of programs to finance and with public resources. And here you can see that whether it's in social prevention, police, criminal justice, sanction, there's already important number of programs, and this is just a small sample, there are many more, of programs that have shown to make a difference where in the places where they have been evaluated. And that's an important caveat that we need to see if these type of programs work also in our communities, in the Jamaican communities. But this is a very good starting point, looking at the evidence base and and some of these types of interventions have accumulated enough studies to give us relief and to give us hope that really they are likely, if we design and implement them well, they are likely to also be relevant in our own communities, whether it's their parenting programs or home visit programs or community type interventions like Communities that Care, which I think it's a program that from what I know about your intervention in Jamaica, your program, it resembles what you are doing in the sense that it's building local coalitions of local stakeholders and assessing the risks of for crime and violence in each community, and then looking at the portfolio of evidence-based interventions and drawing from them the ones that are most relevant to the risks faced in each community. So Jamaica, as an English-speaking country, has the benefit of having something that for the Spanish-speaking countries or Portuguese, in the rest of Latin America, we don't have, which is all the knowledge base about what has worked and what has not, very easily accessible to decision makers. So whether it's the crimesolutions.gov website of the Department of Justice of the US, or the crime reduction toolkit of the College of Policing in the UK, there are many of these type of resources that I encourage you to draw from, because we know that one of the best ways to improve the effectiveness of our spending is by drawing on what has worked and testing it in our own community, seeing if it also delivers the results that we're looking for. Unfortunately, also when we did a study, this review in 6 countries and more than 200 programs, we saw that only 8% of the programs have been informed by the evidence base. So again, there's a lot of, I don't know how relevant this is for your case, but overall, that's one of the conclusions of our study, one of the ways in which we can really make our spending more effective. One example, for instance, in the case of policing, of how to bring together these three principles are like problem-oriented policing or hotspot policing. It's something that we have done in Uruguay, where we supported the government designing a program, a hotspot policing program, which led to a 22% reduction in the robbery rates in the treatment areas. So without displacement of crime, which is one of the concerns that usually these types of programs have. I'm checking on the time. Oh, I didn't know. Well, I hope it's just let me wrap up. Main conclusions. Yes, probably the region needs to spend more on citizen security, given the size of the challenge, and when we compare our countries with countries like OECD that have a much smaller problem and much larger spending per capita, probably there is room for that. However, as I said before asking for more resources, we should to get the most impact out of the resources we have, and there is evidence to think that there is a substantial amount of room to improve the returns from our current investments. As like 3 general principles to follow, and when we look at what we're doing, is how much is it imbued by a balanced approach that has prevention at its core, how much targeted it is, and how evidence-based or evidence-informed the interventions are. And to finish, just let me say that this is not easy. Shifting, and probably you know this better than I, but this shift toward this type of approach is not easy. The political economy around this citizen security is often dominated by punitive populism, by tough on crime rhetoric that we know has shown no sustainable impacts, despite some short-term gains that you can have. So it's about building coalitions that can put together this type of vision that has this type of principles at its core, and that and the one example that has been relatively positive, although it has its caveats, but it's an interesting one, is the decarceration, the effort to push decarceration in the US, and how it has used the arguments about cost effectiveness and about these type of arguments that I've been talking about in terms of public spending, getting returns to community of investments of public resources, and showing how it hasn't been effective. This increased incarceration, this massive incarceration, has really helped, and how costly it is for the government without results, has helped in many states to bring coalitions from both sides of the ideological spectrum around an objective that is more effective spending in citizen security and justice. So I encourage you to also try to build those type of coalitions to make this approach sustainable in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rodrigo, for that very in-depth presentation. There are so many elements and nuggets that, just thinking about it are so relevant within the Jamaican context. I heard you say, before we think about spending more, it's more important for us to learn to spend better. Another key nugget is that for us to improve effectiveness of spending, it's more about the quality of spending and not the amount of money spent. And I must endorse those two nuggets, especially when we have scarce resources. Now, as we speak about best practices and we speak about effective public spending, there are three key principles that came forth from this presentation. We heard that government needs to be more targeted, and so there must be more focus on prevention. And certainly within our context, there are situations that does require us to react, but when we are looking at how to really utilize the resources we have in the most effective way, there's a need to focus more on prevention. That therefore also includes the issue of being more targeted and maybe not too universal. We heard about more geographical targeting. What are those programs that should be decided on for us to spend? And the reality is that the needs are great, the situations are urgent and important, but the reality is, what do we want to spend on to see and to get the change that we so desire? And thirdly, and I believe one of the most important elements when it comes to spending is the issue of evidence. Are we using evidence to inform our programming? Are we looking at what are our own views? But how important is it for us to use more evidence-based programming? And as we continue to just think about things within the context of Jamaica, we know that crime and violence is one of the main issues and one of the most important priorities of government right now. And so even as we talk about funding, one of the things that comes to mind is the whole issue of how do we reprioritize funding allocation and not sacrifice the benefit of the other programs that are needed. We are currently dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, which we have seen in our own context that government has had to reallocate resources. But so the question is, how do we make those decisions? And as we go on a little later in our panel discussions, we will be able to hear some more from Rodrigo on these very important issues. Now, as we talk about spending and as we talk about the limited resources that we might have, is it therefore time for us to start to think about some innovative mechanisms? What other ways? So aside from, we know our government collect taxes, we know there probably are, there are donor funding, but are there other mechanisms that can be pursued for us to identify funding? And how do we target those new funding when we do get them? And so joining us today is the manager of the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. And I know for many of us as Jamaicans, when we hear the word Jamaica Stock Exchange, we beam with pride. And so it's my pleasure to introduce and to welcome Miss Nora Blake. Nora is a local pioneer in the area of social entrepreneurship with extensive technical knowledge in micro and small business facilitation at the community level. She has the distinction of being a member of the first cohort of students reading for an MBA in social entrepreneurship. In 2018 to present, Nora serves as the manager of the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange's newest subsidiary, the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Miss Nora Blake.
Thank you. Good morning to the audience, and our special thanks to the PIOJ for having us share this platform. And on behalf of our board, our chairman, Professor Ying, our MD, Dr. Street Forest, the team at the Social Stock Exchange is very happy to share today what we're doing at the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange to empower and to strengthen the sustainability of our social sector in the economy. So I'd like to start my presentation by saying that at the Jamaica Stock Exchange, there was a recognition of a problem, which is many organizations in Jamaica are doing good social work to improve the quality of lives of persons, especially those who are in vulnerable communities and vulnerable situations. However, the organizations struggle to get the predictable and adequate financial support to make them sustainable. When you look behind that, there are a number of factors: weak management and technical capability, informality, which precludes them being included in the formal economy. So the capital gap problem, which is often expressed by them as lack of access to finance. Also, no regulatory no regulatory recognition, inability to therefore accept investments, and no enabling framework for social entrepreneurship beyond that which is goodwill and service. So the JSSE has come up with a solution embedded in a vision to see a robust, sustainable social sector by 2030. And the mission, therefore, is for us to create that fair, efficient, and transparent medium that enables long-term sustainability. We have some core values, that of access, making it accessible to a broad cross-section of stakeholders, inclusion, and of course that of bringing equity. Equity in terms of the gap in availability of financing. So our JSSE solution is that of garnering capital and targeting towards social good. This to be mobilized in an efficient and transparent manner. We're talking about enabling social sector organizations that are not-for-profits, some that are revenue-generating not-for-profits, and ultimately the for-profits or the social enterprises, which is where we want to see the sector scale up to. So our Jamaica Social Stock Exchange had its genesis at the United Nations among the group of sustainable stock exchanges to which it was a signatory in 2010. Also, we have now joined with the government of Jamaica in recognizing the need to strengthen social value creation as this was introduced in the MSME and entrepreneurship policy from as early as, I think, the second iteration following on the 2013 draft. Just quickly to give you a scan, there are, when we talk about social stock exchanges, people usually ask, is it happening anywhere else? You have that in Brazil, that in Canada, that in Portugal, that in South Africa, the UK, Singapore, and Jamaica. And our experience so far shows that India is in the process of establishing their own social stock exchange. Okay, so having determined that the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange will be a reality, and it is now a reality, our strategic intentions are these. We want to see sustainability to the social sector organizations. We want to draw national attention and action to the strategic value of the social sector to the sustainable development of the nation. We want to focus 3 of the 5 Ps. Our cluster of 3 are people, prosperity, and partnership. That's our focus in our framework. We want to impact the GDP through growth and success of the social sector, and to see financial inclusion of social enterprises and all the various forms of the social sector organizations. So because we see growth in the social sector as being a private sector entity ourselves, the JSE, or parent company, there's a recognition by all that this development and growth of the social sector must be good for business. So as a result, we desire partnership throughout the economy, the whole economy, in ways that will value add to what they're currently doing to empower people through the SDGs and, of course, our own Vision 2030. So for us, our tagline is sustainable growth through sustainable growth through partnership. In that, our value proposition, has 4 pillars. We seek to work with the government of Jamaica for this purpose, to assist Jamaica to achieve balance between economic and social development. In fact, as our own stock exchange has been to one day be best in class, have Jamaica as best in class. Another pillar for us is to provide opportunity to our listed companies on the stock exchange, the junior and the main market, so that the value of their CSR can be increased. We can add value to that. We also have a vision to work with individuals and foundations in Jamaica, as well as the host countries where members of the Jamaican diaspora reside, to give opportunity to increase the impact of the contribution that we know they already make to the social development of Jamaica. And last but not least, in terms of our pillars, and when we speak to value proposition, is to facilitate our international development partners, which are already adding value to Jamaica, to increase that in the social dimension. As we seek to institutionalize and have the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange mainstay, we have a trajectory for implementation and growth. We want to start, and where we have started, in fact, is with institutional capacity building for our SSOs, and to build out a culture of proper financial reporting, monitoring and evaluating, and impact measurement of the projects that will be listed and are listed, on our phase 1. This is the trajectory. This is where we start. Basic for everybody. Then we see the SSOs going on a trajectory, implementing and partaking in what we're offering in phase 1, to see them transformed into financially self-sufficient social businesses, or the formal term will be social enterprises. This is what will facilitate them to attract equity investment in what will be phase 2 of the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. So schematically, phase 1, we have the Jamaica Social Investment Market, where we have projects that have been selected by our subcommittee of the board, our selection and listing committee, from social sector organizations. Phase 2 will be a build-up on the first phase, where you will now have equity. The model will be that for equity investment through the establishment of our Jamaica Impact Investment Market. So this social capital market of the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange is powered by an online funding platform accessible 24/7, www.jsseja.com. Organizations, individuals can make donations, can do their investments in projects, or when the time comes, the social businesses that have been vetted for their ability to generate measurable social, economic, environmental, or cultural impact. Schematically, our projects are brought to the selection and listing committee where they're thoroughly vetted, selected, then they are listed on the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange when a minimum of 80% of funding is attained, similar to the manner in which we list our private sector companies on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. And then we go into the whole process of regulating the projects from start to the end, giving full accountability and transparency. However, in our vision to do this and the mission, there's a missing link. There's no current legal status for social enterprises to facilitate us in Market 2. So we have participated in advocacy and worked in collaboration with the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce and the PIOJ. And now we're happy that there's a draft with government that includes the policy and the legislative changes to operationalize our JSSE market for equity investment in the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. So this enablement is called the Legal Status of Social Enterprises Act, and it is the environment that is necessary to operate in equity investment. In this act, you will see an affirmation has been drafted for the status of these social sector organizations, from charities to limited liability companies with a share capital, which is what would be necessary for a social sector organization to be on Market 2, because you're now going to need to have have shares that you can offer for security. There is going to be a defining flexibility in the legal structures for different SSOs. Further, to cover, there will be items that will cover the incentivization of our social investors and social entrepreneurs. In that, we will see clear understanding of what it is that a donor gets in return, which is a social return on investment, as against, and this is speaking to our socio-environmental returns now, as against what will happen for an investment that will receive a financial return. Also, you will have the acceptance of and the value of non-cash donations explicitly laid out in the Social Enterprises Act. All of this will make our social capital market an attractive investment space. Again, this is a schematic showing you what happens now that we have the framework in place. Critically, our social enterprises will be able to accept equity investment for return on investment. Now, at the launch of the establishment of the JSSE, which occurred in 2019, 5 projects were initially selected for funding through our social investment market. There were DEFCAN, Choose Life International, their project Shalom. The jamming organization came up, AIR is the social sector organization, Agency for Inner City Renewal, submitted a jamming project, which is a project in Trenchtown, associated with the music studio that's in the heart of Trenchtown. The Alpha School of Music had a project for a music school, and we had Praise Jamaica with a Love Changes Life project. We're very happy today to say that our first listed project on the JSSE is our DEFCAN Coffee project. And these are some of the faces of the happy young men who have been trained and who are doing very well under the DEFCAN project. Our Choose Life International project has a mandate to empower at-risk youth and wider members of the wider community to reduce violence through their peace ambassadors who will be deployed to teach the art of happiness, suicide prevention, dispute resolution, counseling, and so on. The Jamming Project, as I mentioned earlier, is based in Trenchtown, and on that they will use the musical legacy to provide using the facility of the studio, at-risk youth, the alternative pathways for them to earn a livelihood, to be music entrepreneurs, music engineers, music producers, and even artists. Everybody wants to be an artist to get a boss, right? But there's so much more of that legacy that they have in Trenchtown, which is a microcosm, we believe, of brand Jamaica. The Praise Jamaica Foundation, Love Changes Lives, is a character-building project that seeks to teach adolescents in our secondary system fundamentals, life skills, as well as critically fundamentals in creating wealth, financial literacy. Our Alpha School of Music is fully funded, we're happy to say, and they're on their way. In terms of best practices, as you look at the projects have been selected and future projects will be. Let me just quickly point out to you some of the best practices that will guide you as you develop your business plans to submit your project and to hopefully have a successful template that can be duplicated and upscaled throughout the nation. You have to identify the problem that you're trying to solve with people at the center. So it's not a money making. For that, you would go to the main market or the junior market of the stock exchange. What solutions will you be offering? That's your theory of change, essential in your business plan. What are the strategic actions that you will take to implement your solutions? Those must be clear. And what will be the impact of those strategic actions? Who will be responsible for delivering the strategic actions? Governance is at the core. What resources will you need to effect your solutions? And this is what, in large part, we will take to the market, seek from the market for you the resources. It is good to have a track record of success. How are your goals aligned with those of the donors or the investors? Yeah, we need to ascertain that early. What is your value proposition to the beneficiaries of your proposal, of your project, and what is the value proposition for your donors and investors? Please make a note of these. Now, JSE being a private sector entity, we have taken a position that we believe that private sector support is very, very important in our social development. But it is also, well, not also. What is needed is more private sector support for social development. We believe that partnering with the social sector to strengthen social value creation is really self-lightened self-interest. Social growth, we posit, is good for business. If you look to Wall Street and you read anything from Larry Fink, who manages the largest portfolio on Wall Street from BlackRock, you will hear him speak to needing to have a social purpose on Wall Street. So it's not just about the profit bottom line. Locally, we have had significant work from the Jamaica National Group with the SEBI project. We have Mrs. Thalia Lynn from the NCB Foundation and NCB Bank as our ambassador to the private sector, and they have been already on the social exchange a great support for the projects that we have had there. In addition to financial support, there are some other things that the private sector can do. You have the business expertise to offer mentorship, because there's a big gap in the management skills, the project management, financial reporting, marketing, branding, governance, all of that. You have resources, especially those in the financial sector, that you can set aside social capital for social businesses in terms of offering grants and low interest loans. You can also help in terms of, I think, rewarding the innovation that will come from the social sector. You can recognize through awards and through different avenues that you can attach prestige to what they're doing. And of course, recognizing standards as they are set for social business. I know it has been posited, and we're looking forward to the day when specialist managers from private sector can be seconded to the social enterprises to help them at their various stages of the business development cycle. And of course, the power of your network is incalculable. We're talking about being able to generate revenue for our social businesses by using their goods and services that they produce. Now, our experience at the JSSE in terms of support has been tremendous from our parent company, the Jamaica Stock Exchange, but also from the international development partners we have had so far, and we're currently in process with a significant support from the International Development Bank on the 6th of December in 2019, along with the IDB's innovation subsidiary, the IDB Lab. We signed an agreement, a memorandum of understanding for a project that started June 8th, 2020, which is entitled Innovating Social Sector Financing. This is the project that is going to enable us, as soon as we have the legislative framework enacted, for us to scale up the social sector to equity financing. The project funding was a total value of $910,000 US, IDB funding to the tune of $420,000, and our parent company, the JSE, funding $490,000. The project is intended to build our own capacity at the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange to deliver. So we're talking about standardized systems and tools for impact measurement, right? These will be provided for our SSO, coupled, beg your pardon, with helping to build the capacity of the SSOs themselves to manage their projects and their business effectively through organizational processes and systems, and then use the tools to measure and report the results. Our project with the IDB Lab has 3 components. Component 1 speaks to enhancement of management and sustainability, enhancement of management and sustainability of social services sector. 2, improving the systems and tools that we would facilitate the social sector to use to measure impact. And 3, awareness raising and stakeholder engagement, which is going to be continually needed as we seek to scale up and be sustainable as more funds and more people come into the market. We have anticipated project results when the project is completed, and these are the metrics for us. 150 social sector organizations should have improved capacity to undertake their projects. We expect to see 50 SSOs listed on our first market and 5 on that new market that we will start for equity investment. We should be able to account for at least 10,000 poor and vulnerable persons benefiting from the work of the entities that we have listed. An additional 2,000 social investors making donations to social projects. And originally, pre-COVID, we were looking to mobilize 6.8 million US over the 3 years, but we're under review, having been impacted by COVID, so we will revert on that. Let me just quickly tell you what would be some best practices for you to ensure that you have for your project, your social sector organization, your social business, your social enterprise. There needs to be alignment to donor and investor community's expectation, and that would tie into the SDGs. There should be alignment with our national goal for Vision 2030. Your demonstrable institutional capacity for sustainable growth. Of course, that's part of the support that we give and the appeal that we make to private sector on your behalf, but it's critical. Your ability to have a compelling value proposition, again, is important for each project, each social sector organization, each social business. You should be able to demonstrate a track record of success. And last but not least, be sure to stay close to your core mission. I'm going to just conclude by speaking to a review that was recently done on global stock exchanges that exist, and one that is currently being considered. There are 7 that I told you earlier exist. A number of them are no longer existing right now, but for Canada, Singapore, and Jamaica. But these are some of the best practices that are cited for social stock exchanges to be sustainable, and we at the JSSC are getting there. You should define your mission as an agent of change. You should link to the conventional stock exchange, be linked, but at the same time maintain independence in decision making. And in that we have our own board, and we're certainly linked to our parent company. You should be able to bridge the inequality gap in access to capital, and that's where I started, right? We should strive to promote under-resourced thematic areas. There are some areas in the social sector that are very popular, but there are needs that are elsewhere. So one of the things that we will endeavor to do is to also look to those that are not as popular to ensure that resources are available. And of course, we should look to scaling and sustainability. The implementation of a robust measuring and reporting system for impact is at the heart of what we are currently working on and will have to deliver to our social sector. And finally, to articulate our own success metrics and consciously measure our impact. I just shared with you some of the metrics from the project with the IDB, and so we will continue to have the metrics that define our success, and certainly we'll be measuring our own impact. To get in touch with us at the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, it is a number of ways, and every way that is possible. We're available by contact through telephones. Our office number is 876-967-3271. On mobile, 322-4505. And that will take you, we will answer calls outside of office hours. Email us at jsse@jamstockex.com. We're on Facebook, Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, and we're on social media at JSS Exchange. And of course, as I said very early, we are online, www.jsscja.com. So we're open basically 24/7, and we're here to make that difference, to be that agent of change, to see Jamaica become best in class in balancing our social development with our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nora, for that very, very insightful and an excellent presentation. You know, today we are talking about linking the pieces, and I think one of the things that was demonstrated just listening to Nora's presentation is actually how we link across sectors. We are linking government with private sector, with international development partners, and we have heard, and also the diaspora, we have heard exactly how that can work, and particularly how that can work as we look at increasing access to funding. Nora raised some critical issues, you know, that spoke to the issue of sustainability, the issue of monitoring and evaluation, which is a common theme as we listened to our previous presenter and we listened to what Nora was saying. It is very important that there is a monitoring and evaluation framework. So let us tease out some of these very important points that we heard earlier. And so we are going to go into our panel discussion, and it is my privilege again to just welcome Nora to the panel discussion. And of course, we still have Rodrigo, who is online with us. Now, there are a number of things that were said in the previous presentation that spoke about, you know, effective public spending, and critical to that is how do we target those spending? So I want to begin the conversation by asking Rodrigo a question. When we think about the cost-benefit analysis, how do we determine which projects the funding should go to. We're talking about scarce resources. We're talking about targeting. How do we determine which projects should be prioritized and where funding should be spent? Rodrigo?
Yes, thank you. I think when we look at how to prioritize, what is critical is to use, as I mentioned, look at the, first understand well the problem that we're trying to solve. And that's sometimes it's something that people go very, very quickly over. We have a tendency to jump into solutions. We have a certain anxiety to find the solutions, and we often don't spend enough time trying to really understand the problem. Then look at the causes of that problem, understanding what are really the determinants of that situation we're trying to improve. And for that, always look at the literature, at what have we learned about the causes of these types of problems, and then what are the solutions that impact that we have evidence that address each of these causes. So, for instance, if we're talking about reducing violence against women, we know that it is very different violence against the violence that a woman suffers within her house than the violence that she faces in the streets. These are two from strangers, very different than from an intimate partner. And each of them have, we know a lot about the types of causes that are behind each of these situations. So understanding really in a specific context what are the causes of the problem we're trying to solve, and then looking at the solutions. And when we get to the solutions, probably, that's what I was saying, there are these repositories that exist of evidence-based practices, many of which include not only the impact that they have achieved, but very importantly, the context, the institutional context, and what types of institutions are usually are the ones that implement it. So we need to look for among the number of programs that have achieved an impact. We need to select those that seem more appropriate to our own context, to our country context, our city context, our neighborhood context, and then test it, adapt it, and test. As I say, when we look also at the list of programs that are relevant, look not only at the impact, but also at the cost benefit. Some of these, unfortunately, not all of these programs, but some of these programs already, we have solid estimates about the cost benefit. How much does it cost in terms of human resources, in terms of technology, in terms of licenses, of infrastructure, and what are the benefits, and how, when they have been monetized, what is the relationship that we will see. So we should go for those that, everything else equal, those that have the best cost-benefit relationship.
Thank you, Rodrigo. A follow-up question to that then. Is it possible for governments, especially where there might not be a lot of financial resources, is it possible for government to reallocate without sacrificing some other important programs? How does one navigate that decision?
Well, yes, usually, the ideal situation is where you reallocate from poor performers to better performers. And there are ways in which you can structure the financing, especially this is sometimes done in federal countries or where there is transfers from national government to municipal governments. You can include in the formula for transferring some component that is associated with performance. So you don't take all the funding from poor performers, but you you incentivize those that are performing better, and you can think about sort of incentivizing. Usually the positive reinforcement works better than negative ones. So I think that's one way in which you can do some marginal reallocation with a performance criteria.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Rodrigo. So Nora, just picking up on that a little bit, I think a lot of times we wonder about the role of private sector in the process. And we believe that the private sector has a very important role to play in just supporting the whole community renewal process in terms of what you bring to the space. Now, the Jamaica Stock Exchange has made a decision to establish a social stock exchange.
Yes, it has.
What were some of those key elements that informed that decision? So we are happy that the JSSC is in the space to increase access to financing, especially towards social programs. What were some of the things that informed the JSC's decision?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I mentioned in the presentation that the JSE is a member of a UN group of stock exchanges that have always held a vision for sustainability, right? So they're a signatory to that. Looking at the JSE has a track record of helping small businesses. So the junior market, which is, I think, probably the main portion of the success that we've had that has made everybody so proud, is that the JSE has always understood the value of small. And I think they have drilled down now to understand and seeking to support the value of the social sector. The social sector organizations tend to fall under MSME. And you find that for MSMEs, there are a number of common problems or elements to the problem of the capital gap that they face. Many do not have, they will tell you, we just can't access capital. But when you look, you will see that there is a shortage or a need for management capability, for project management. There is no ability for them to accept investment as a social entity. There's no framework for that, right? There is also not much support for social entrepreneurship, right, to support those who are interested in being in social businesses. So those are some of the things that would have informed the need to move into the social sector. And of course, there is the absolute valid consideration that you need balance.
Yes.
For real development to occur. I think it is clear that if we have a number one performing economy, but we have a lot of lack of inclusion at a level, and if we have a situation where you have a high level of unemployment somehow, even though your figures are good in the economy, you have a high rate of crime, all of those issues. It requires for there to be a balance. And I think those are some of the things that has led the JSE as a private sector entity to try and perform a role that is unique to them as a stock exchange.
Excellent. And I think that the JSE has led and in an exemplary way again in terms of just how innovation can really help to drive the kind of growth and development at our community level, because a lot of the MSMEs that you speak about reside within our grassroots area,
communities.
And
yes.
you know, even in session 1, we were talking about scalability, and we know that one of the main challenges that our MSMEs face is the issue of scaling.
Yes.
You know, how do I scale up? I heard you also talk about the capacity of the MSMEs to even do that. And when we talk about doing that, even in terms of accessing funding, it's leading me now to ask, how important is it from the JSSE standpoint when we are looking at supporting some of our micro entities for them to be able to demonstrate their return on investment? Is that important to a decision to allocate funding to them to support the whole need for growth and expansion? How important is that in the process?
Let me just make a clarification before we get into it. If we're measuring on the regular stock exchange, people go to the market for a financial return, which is your ROI, your return on investment, and that's good. Nothing is wrong with that. We're bringing a hybrid to the investment market where you will be able to invest socially and not get a financial return, in that you would be receiving, along with everybody else, the social return on your investment, the SROI, which is what is going to bring the quality of life that we all want to experience in Jamaica, whether you're a top investor at the JSSE or a billionaire or your people at the grassroots level. So there is that return that will come to them. But the innovation that we've brought to the space is that of equity investment now that could come to the social businesses, which we'll be able to take them to market for them to not just be able to bring a social return, but also a return on investment. So it is going to be very important for either one of the returns that there is performance. Right? So it is going to be, and it is incumbent upon us, which is why part of the component of the project with the IDB is about building out the capacity of the social sector organizations so that they will be able to deliver what they promise in terms of the mission that they have identified, that this is where I want to make my contribution. So just like the other companies on the regular stock exchange, you have to perform for people to be interested in your stocks. So too on the social stock exchange, there will be a definite need for us to be able to express results, which will be read out in terms of our impact measurement tools that measure social return and investment, and there's the standard ROI.
Okay, excellent. So, Rodrigo, I'd love to take that question maybe in a different form as it relates to the whole issue of public spending. I want to talk a little bit more about the monitoring and evaluation aspect of it. How do you see monitoring and evaluation serving to help to achieve that? How does it inform the effective spending from the government standpoint? What, if anything, has emerged from your own research in relation to the role of M&E?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, impact evaluation, both monitoring and evaluation are important. Impact evaluation, I'll say, it's at the core of more effective spending. It is a necessary condition. We cannot know if we're spending in a cost-effective manner without an impact evaluation and a cost-benefit analysis. And impact evaluation allows us to say if the changes that we see in the outcome can be attributed to our program and intervention. And to be able to do that, to be able to identify this attribution, this causality, the methodological design of the impact evaluation needs to be very high. The quality of this design needs to be high, needs to be very rigorous. It needs to involve a treatment group and a comparison group, and that should be as similar as possible, if ideally identical in everything except that one receives
the program and the other doesn't. And then we can know for sure that the results that we see can be attributed to our program. And that is important because what we see is that when things go well, we think that is because it is because of our program, but there could be many other factors affecting the performance that are completely unrelated to what we're doing. And when things go wrong, maybe our program gets blamed for not having an impact. Maybe with a solid impact evaluation, we can show that without our program, things would have been worse. So actually, we are having an impact, even though we are not. The overall situation might have deteriorated, but through an impact evaluation allows us to see that our program has made it less bad. So that's and also it's important because in some cases, and there are several examples of these, we might have the best intentions when we design a program, but we may be having negative impacts. Not only not an impact, but a negative one, what's called a iatrogenic effect. There's a very famous program in policing, which is called DARE, which I'll bet, I don't know Jamaica, but I'll bet that probably in Jamaica, police agencies also use it. It's very famous in the US, it's very famous throughout Latin America. It's a very well-intended program. It's basically police officers going to schools to talk to kids about the risk of drugs and drug abuse. And unfortunately, all impact evaluations have shown that initially in its first design, then it was improved, but that it was incentivizing the use, particularly of alcohol among kids, because it piqued their curiosity. So kids that were not thinking about this, after receiving these talks, they started being more curious and wanting to experiment, which is very common at that age. So we can only know this through impact evaluations, whether we're having an impact, no impact, or a negative impact. And in addition to evaluation, monitoring is also critical, to see if our theory of change, if the activities, the products that we assume will be linked to the outcomes that we're looking for are really taking place. And so I'll say that really M&E should be at the heart of a good performing program.
Excellent. Thank you. Nora, I saw you shaking your head in agreement.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to add to that?
What he said concerning the fact that you might be perceiving that a project is not successful, but in fact, and so you might want to shift funds away. And then on the converse, the evaluation could and needs to be, what if the project were not in place? Because what happened is that in doing our research, you'll find that on the social stock exchanges, there are certain areas that tend to be popular. And I think you would probably know that too from the PIOJ. You have your popular thematic areas, and then you have other areas that are not as popular, but in truth are needing, very relevant and needing of funding and support. And as a best practice, that's one of the things that we're challenged, that we will need to be aware of to enable and to make sure that those are also included in the space to be funded, so that that critical work can also be done, and not just dismiss. In fact, we want to be as inclusive as possible, even from day one. Our approach, like when the applications come in, is not to dismiss applicants because they didn't give us a perfect application, but to even help with the gaps, so that they can resubmit, and so that as we go along, we'll be able to help as many as and as much as we can. Because the needs are real.
It is, and it brings to mind the fact that we have so many entities competing for the same resource, which is the funding or the financing. So it seems to me, so we know, for instance, that governments certainly tend to identify resources, maybe primarily through taxes or, you know, just overall regular budget allocation. But it sounds to me like we need to start thinking about other forms of funding.
Could that be like impact investing?
You are. I think you're looking at my paper, Nora. So
well, I think maybe because it is our passion and it's our mission, you know,
right.
our solution.
Let's talk a little bit about that. Is it time for us to start thinking more about impact investment?
I would say so, and the existence of the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange speaks to that, because this is the innovation that we bring, that you want to be able to bring equity financing to the social economy. And this is what impact investing is about. It's about spending in areas that bring social good. Yeah? So as we are able to launch that market, the second market, our Jamaica Social Impact market, we will be able to accept and open up another pool of funds for the social sector, which will be equity financing for social things. What I would say, though, that I would like to indicate from very early is that generally, there are two things I'd like to speak to. Generally, the return on investment from impact investment, and this needs to be an expectation that is acknowledged early, right, is usually less than that which you will receive from regular investment. So the investor in the social impact market needs to know that. So, because you don't want them to have an expectation that is not there, and then as you expect continued engagement, it withers away, because definitely it's the opposite we want to do. We want to be able to have sustainability, and we want to be able to see scaling up as we go along. So you don't want to be losing interest. So it's very critical to understand that from day one. And another thing that I'd like to speak to in terms of as we go into impact investment, is there's a thing that they call impact washing, I think is a term, where sometimes entities, companies that are involved with impact investment, they ascribe greater and more results from the impact investment than they really get, so that they can look more attractive. Now, those are some of the things as a regulator in the social space, as the Jamaica Stock Exchange is a regulator for in the financial space for the stock market, so too we will be able and want to be able to have our tools and our mechanisms in place that will ensure that there's correct measurement, right? So that there's no distortion in the market, so that people will get true impact measurements, and so their motivations will be constant, right? And so you have the sustainability. And then you don't, another thing we will want to be careful about as we look at the impact investment coming is this thing of mission drift, where people will tend to, or entities, the social entities will tend to shift where the money is, right?
Yes.
So I think impact investment is, because it's not just about the money.
Right.
Hopefully there will be enough for everybody, right? Because people will have their area of interest that they're interested in investing, because it's not just the return on investment that they're looking at to receive, you know?
That's so true. That's so true. What about you, Rodrigo? Do you agree? Do you think there are any other tools of financing that government can look to or introduce within the space to support community renewal?
Bonds it's a very interesting tool, and it seems that you are well advanced in Jamaica in terms of discussing that. And there is a very interesting experience, you probably are familiar, in the UK in the context of reducing recidivism among youth. There was, I think, the first social impact bond in Peterborough and they were quite successful. I think 9% reduction in reoffending. The target was 7.5, and I think there's similar initiatives in the U.S. There's one also very famous called ROCA in Massachusetts that also works in reducing youth reoffending and facilitating youth rehabilitation, reinsertion in the community. So I think that's it's not easy in Brazil. We've also been discussing doing things along with that type of instrument. I mean, in terms of mobilizing public finance for more effective spending, I think also another example which is quite interesting for me is like in education in the US, you see that there is a federal law that mandates that education leaders should implement policies, programs, and strategies that have demonstrated impact in improving students' outcomes. So you can only use federal funds if you can show that what you're doing has some backing in terms of impact. So is moving in that direction. I think it's also interesting. In Brazil, another example, more results-based program in policing, for instance, where the program rewards the precincts that perform better in terms of crime reduction through different combinations of incentives combined. Some are monetary, but there are also others that are quite attractive, such as high quality training opportunities, or even sort of having lunch with the governor, or sort of some recognition, public recognition for good performance. So I think that there are creative ways of bringing incentives to government work
and funding. Okay, so I'm hearing the whole aspect of, yes, we see that need to start looking at new mechanisms for sure, and we see the need to introduce incentives as well to serve as an enabler, to probably even get more private sector entities to be involved in the process some more. I mean, I know in Jamaica our private sector, especially through their foundations, have been doing quite a bit as it relates to supporting, a lot of programs that supports the community renewal process. But I believe one of the other issues we have sometimes, though, is how we coordinate those funds. There tends to be, to a large extent, a piecemeal approach. But what do you think? How do you, as a private sector, what would you say to government to support coordination or to inform the coordination of the resources for it to be more impactful?
I think that's such a brilliant question, because it would be a part of our reason for being, the answer, in that I believe the social stock exchange, as we prove ourselves, as we mature, as the ecosystem grows, it should be the place where funding resides, where projects can be selected, where reporting is happening, because there's transparency, there's accountability for funding, the funds that have come in, and of course there is the reliability of the measurement, because the tools that we are developing would be of that quality that can really speak to informing the outcomes that we're getting from the projects, so that we can know where best to put the money and to correct where corrections are needed to ensure, which is what we're after, remember, a holistic development of Jamaica's economy and its social development, socio-environmental development. So, you know, what I'm saying in a nutshell is that the social stock exchange is ready-made to solve, I think, those issues, right? With the tools that we don't have now to do the corrections, and of course the measurement, evaluation, and the reporting, and all of that. I think we could get a cohesion.
Yes.
And certainly synergies. You know, and I also am looking at the possibility of, if we have funds pooled on the exchange, it's possible that we might be able to attract other international funds to our pool.
And I think that right there is the clinch of it. How can we attract other funding? And I think one of the things that, you know, that would probably inspire or motivate somebody else to want to give into that pool is when they actually see that level of coordination, that therefore informs targeting, that has at the base of it the issue of impact, right? You're able to report and they're able to see themselves in that space. And as you spoke, it just reminds me, it brought me back to something that Rodrigo said earlier in his presentation, that it is not even so much about increasing funding, but it's about smart allocation, smart spending. So, Rodrigo, would you agree that coordination of resources is probably one of the best practice or value that can be brought within the space as we talk about effective spending?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think coordination and leadership is crucial. And in the case of citizen security and crime and violence prevention, it's one of the biggest challenges that we face, because basically prevention of crime and violence is everybody's business and nobody's business. Because we have so many agencies that are relevant to solve the problem, not just the police and the justice system, but health system, education, municipal government, social protection. We have a whole communities, I mean, all the civil society, churches, all the community organizations that are critical to be part of the solution. And often at the level of government, we often lack a clear leadership, and so addressing that, like giving an agency the mandate to coordinate across agencies, to engage communities, is critical. And you know, around sort of a clear vision and a clear plan, and mobilizing funding in a coordinated manner, it's absolutely critical.
Thank you so much. All right, so we're in wrapping up our conversations. I'm going to ask each of you to just give me your closing words. Nora, to you as a private sector representative, what would you say to the private sector in terms of the role that they have to play in creating or increasing access to funding to support the renewal process? What would be your word of encouragement that you want them to take away?
I think it is very at the tip of my tongue. Our primary goal at the end of this whole process is to see Jamaica balance social and economic development. Private sector has its focus on the bottom line, which is profit. The social development is about people at the center of the planning. So we would want to see private sector focus a little more on people, which would then become a second bottom line. Yeah? And let me remind private sector that if social development is happening, is doing well, then it's good for business. If people are able, if people are more employed, if people are earning, they can buy more goods and services.
That's it.
So, you know, it's a circular economy, and it's about development that we think that private sector really has a significant role.
Like chloroquine and other things do work, like masks and, of course, vaccines. We should use the same science-based approach to solving the crime and violence problem. Don't be shy about using science. Let's stop using the chloroquine and really mask up and vaccinate, get the vaccines that are out there that we can bring to our communities. And always in this process work with communities in processes of co-creation to bring those solutions and make them really speak to the needs of communities.
Thank you so much, Rodrigo. So as we bring this session to an end, I believe some of the key nuggets as it relates to effective public spending and innovating funding mechanisms, we hear the need for coordination of resources, monitoring and evaluation. How are we using those funds? How do we determine if we need to continue to invest in a particular project or program? The whole issue of evidence-based planning to inform your budgeting. Sustainability is important. The truth is, funding is one of the key resources that is needed to inform sustainability of projects. So apart from the planning and the designing, and Nora is adding, and social businesses, for them to survive, how funding is important and how that funding is utilized is even that more important. We spoke about another best practice is the issue of how we mobilize the resources. Using a collective approach is very much important. And as Rodrigo started the conversation by saying, it's not so much about increasing the funding as it is about smart spending. So with that, we come to an end to this session, and we hope that you have been very much informed. We hope that you will be able to take key nuggets away to inform your own budgeting and spending. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Good job.
Beautiful. So over to Mr. Hilton, who will take us through the next session.
Wow. Wonderful presentation, wonderful discussion, effective public spending and innovative funding mechanisms for community renewal, impact evaluation, the importance of measuring change and understanding what has really changed as a result of our intervention, and opportunities abound for social investment, the emergence of social enterprises as another way of trying to address our sustainable development challenges. Wonderful conversation. We really want to thank our moderator, Ms. Charmaine Brim. We want to also thank our presenters, Mr. Rodrigo Sereno Bartet and Ms. Nora Blake. Man, we're making the linkages today. We're making those connections. Scalability, funding, measuring the impact. You know, we can't avoid the monitoring and evaluation component that has come up, even though the symposium was not focused on monitoring and evaluation as a whole. We hear again the importance of monitoring and evaluation and linking monitoring and evaluation to everything that we're doing, not at the back end, but from conception. Wonderful, wonderful. We have some good news for those of us who came from Mr. Larry Cooley's presentation on scalability. And the question was, what proportion of successful innovations reach national scale? What percentage or proportion of successful innovations reach national scale? And the potential responses are A, 5%, B, 15%, C, 25%, and D, 33%. So we're asking you to participate. Those who are on the platform, there is a prize there for the person who gets the question right. So even if you have to guess it, you could get it. Okay? All right. For those who are wondering how they can participate in the poll, let me just remind you as well, if you're on the virtual platform, all that you need to do is answer the question using the question and answer feature to the right of the screen, and also participate in the poll using that same space. Okay? So take the opportunity to participate. I will actually have 2 more questions for you coming from the most recent presentation. So we will be looking at questions from the session that dealt with the whole issue of effective public spending and innovative funding mechanisms for community renewal. And those questions are, question 1, what are some basic principles that should guide more cost-effective spending in citizen security and justice? What are some basic principles that should guide more cost-effective spending in citizen security and justice? The potential answers are A, increased spending on law enforcement and criminal justice; B, increased spending on universal social programs to address root causes of crime and violence; and C, increased spending on targeted, evidence-informed, and prevention-oriented initiatives. So, that's question number 1. Question number 2, which year did the Jamaica Stock Exchange officially launch its Jamaica Social Stock Exchange subsidiary? Which year did the Jamaica Stock Exchange officially launch its Jamaica Social Stock Exchange subsidiary? Was it 1, 2018, 2, 2019, or 3, 2020? Well, there you go. Those are the questions coming out of the session that looked at the whole matter of effective public spending and innovative funding mechanisms for community renewal. We're encouraging persons, again, to participate by using the platform. Just go to the right of your screen and click on the question and answer feature, and you can participate, you can submit your response, and we will get back to you with those who got the question correct. Well, what a day we have had. I'm telling you, it has been a whole bellyful of information, presentations, conversations around the issue of scalability and effective public funding. But we want to remind you, because it's not just about the individual presentations, really. It's bigger than that for us. It's about making the connections, right? Antoinette, I have Antoinette with me, and we're just going to have a conversation about what took place today. I am very excited about the possibilities of us doing a little bit more coming out of today to try and make those linkages. But Antoinette, from your perspective, what was the day like?
It has been a remarkable day. The topics that were covered were so critical. These are topics that we should have been talking about.